Watch it, Dan. Thanks for popping in, my friend. How you doing? All right? Yeah, I've got a couple of bits I want to sort out today. I want to have a crack at me bar top before I get to Xboxes. Because I'm having issues when it comes to configuring. For some reason, it's not configuring issues. So let me grab it, because I can come back to this in a minute, because this one's fully working. It's this drive's gone bad. But that's not my biggest concern. The reasons why I left this out, I've got another Xbox 360, but it's got bad, which I've never come across it before. It's a first for me, and they do suffer from these fat models. The dreaded red ring. There's two things that normally fail with a red ring: GPU failure, or very rarely GPU RAM failure. The one I've got is GPU RAM failure, but it should register 0106 for GPU RAM failure. So I suppose we can quickly test that if that's confirmed, which I can go and grab it now. That's why I've left this unparted, because the GPU on the 360s is right here. CPU, GPU, and you should have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You should have about 8 in total RAM failures, which you can just about see here. You've got 2 round here, 2 up here. I think you have 4 on each side. So you should have about 8. So you've got 2 here, 2 here. Flip the board over, same thing, but over this you should have 2 up here and 2 on that side. So it goes all the way round the GPU. Hey, BridgeTech, how you doing, my friend? So what I wanted to do, just to confirm, I could probe these to test the continuity if it is bad GPU RAM failure, because it's got the dreaded red ring. So what I want to do is that I can take a working good one, compare it to see which one's gone bad. Might be able to use me thermal cam to actually see if it lights up at the end of it. We can test a good one versus a bad one. So if it is got bad RAM failure, it should show up on the thermals. Let me grab it. I did bring it in, but I've got so much bloody gear in here. I wonder where I put it. What? Oh, we are. What a wally. He's sitting down here. There it is. So it did say 0110. I don't think that's bad RAM. That could just be bad GPU. I can quickly Google it if that is the case. Because the map was telling me it should have been 0102, and this is not. This is 0110. So that could just be a bad GPU. Possibility. Let me have a quick look. Xbox 360. Error. What is it? 011. It says RAM chip GPU failure. I don't. It might not be. We can quickly have a look to see if that's the case. After it's thinking about it. The 0110 secondary error code explicitly indicates memory addressing failure. Memory addressing. So it usually means communication between the GPU and the RAM is broken. The code points towards the RAM, the root of the cause of the frequencies. This could be failing solder connections underneath the GPU itself rather than the individual RAM chips. Damn it. So it could be the ones underneath instead of on the top that could have failed, because you should have 4, 2 at the top, 2 underneath. That brings its total up to 8, which would be about right. It says on there, it could be a cold, loose solder joint. Physically, pressure can temporarily restore it, identifying the culprit. Test the RAM. Whilst the console is off, press down firmly on the top side of the chips with a small rectangular chips, yeah, I know the ones near the GPU. Hold the pressure, turn on the console. So it says, if testing the RAM chips individually, it doesn't change the error, try applying firm pressure to the GPU heatsink whilst booting. So we've got a couple of things we can test on this one. But, because like you said, this one I did test, the DVD drive works. It just goes straight into a red ring. So, because it boots up into 3 red rings. So that's an interesting find that might be able to give that one a try. I've done a bit of the kamikaze method with the other one, which was blasted straight on with the hot air. But I've never had one that with physical RAM issues that talks with a GPU. So, so this one might be able to revive it. If it's just a cold solder joint, and looking at this looks like this was like not dusty, but it looks like something's gone onto it. So that probably would point towards why this has got an issue. But the good thing is, I'll give it an IPA clean first, because I've never addressed it. Now I'm being a bit more confident when it comes to these consoles. What I do is clean it first, then flux it, try reflow if it has got a cold solder joint on there. So I might be able to, I'll just do all the RAM chips itself and just totally reflow them. Give it a go, see what happens, to see if we can revive this from, because it boots straight into red ring. The other one did have an error code, E74, straight away GPU failure. Yeah, so what's the hot air station? Yeah, well, I won't use the hot air station directly over the GPU, because I don't think it's a GPU related issue. It looks like it now is pointing towards the RAMs found on this. I use, it's an old one, my friend, it's not a great one. I haven't got one what Mr. Swindon's got. He's got a fancy one and they're very expensive. I use one of these, I think these ones are about 50 quid, 60 quid, something like that. The one that Mr. Swindon uses is, they're about nearly £250–300. It's a big price difference. So basically you get soldering iron at one end, right? It's a solder station, which I unplugged. So you get a solder station, so you get soldering iron on there, and it does say it, and the other one's hot air. And they give you all the nozzles. It does the job. I've used it. I've had it for quite a few years. It's never let me down. It's done the job. It's not as powerful as Mr. Swindon's one, because this maximum air rate goes up to only 80%, where Mr. Swindon's one goes all the way up to 99. And hot air is 490. Mine only goes up to 480. So it's a little bit under, but there's a big price difference. But it does do the job. So I tend to use that, and they give me, they do give you. Let me show you of the connections if I can find them. Right, this is one of them. Right. Oh yeah, here they are. Found them. Right. So they give you a bag of these. So they give you the caps, so you can have like small nozzle, you can go wide nozzle, or a square nozzle. So basically, so they give you like a couple to go over. So I suppose when it comes to checking out doing the modules, I probably would go for the square one. Yeah, like the fan died, so I bought like a different one, but only goes up to 450. Yeah, you got to think of your pennies. I mean, not everyone's got. Not that I'm being funny, but everyone's on a tight budget when it comes to on that. So not everyone can afford it. I mean, you can only, what you can do is do it gradually, especially when you're getting into repairs. It's obviously, not everyone's got the capital to go straight out thinking I'll get the top of the range of everything at the end of the day. Not everyone's realistically, unless you've got an unlimited bank account, I would say yeah, go for it. But it's like my solder station. I upgraded that and I ended up getting a better deal, even though I didn't really need it because I've got a soldering station. But I bought this for two reasons why I upgraded. One, this boots up in milliseconds. It is extremely fast. And Luke at Retro 6, now he buys very expensive stuff at Luke Retro 6. He bought one of these and I was so impressed with it when he said, I'll show you how good these are. And he paid £36. It was pennies compared to what I paid for mine. And I've got a box with all the component parts in, and now I use this for micro soldering, and it's fantastic. And I've got to admit, I won't go back to that soldering station one. This is mind blowing, and if this packs up tomorrow, I'll just go and get another one of these because these are, I can't stress enough. So again, it's finding, it's literally trying to find your biting point when it comes to doing repairs and micro soldering, because the tools definitely help 100%, but nothing lasts. It's cheap crap at the end of the day regardless. So if you don't pay a lot, yeah, I have an 850 08D hot air station. It sounds like what I've got there. It was around about £100, so yes, that's what I'm saying. If you had that for 10 years, you've done very well, my friend. That's all I say, is you've done very well. You had 10 years use out of that for 100 quid. So you break that down, and it's literally like, it's £10 a year. It's literally for 10 years. Boy, you ain't done bad. I wish I had stuff that had lasted 10 years plus. I've only had the soldering station. I've had the soldering station, I've had that now coming up to about 3 years, and all I use on it really is just the hot air, because that's all I want to use it for. Never let me down. I'm not really worried about the soldering gun on it because it's the same. I've got a Moo gun underneath there, right? I bought a really nice Moo gun, again about 70 to 80 pounds. Do you know what? One of the best things that I can really advise. Now the Moo guns are really great because they give you all the connections to suck it all out. But the best thing is what Mr. Swindon told me to get, and it was very kind of him. He gave me the silver line, and he gave me this when I went down to Mr. Swindon's, and he said, Mick, what you want to do is, instead of using that solder gun, right, that Moo gun, he said, because that can take traces off, which it does. It can be a bit fierce, right? So he said, what you want to do is get into using one of these, right? So I bought a cheap one, which is, I've got it here. There's my cheap one compared to the silver line at the end of the day. It's a cheap knockoff, but it was so good, I've melted the bloody bottom of it. Now, the silver line's a little bit more stronger with suction. So Mr. Swindon gave me one of his shiny brand new ones, and he said, get in to try and doing that instead of your Moo gun. He said, because you'll get a better connection and it won't take traces off. Well, I couldn't get on with it. He said, persevere with it. And now I could do it flawless. And now I don't use the Moo gun. Again, it's just finding that technique. You've got to find that technique. And it's hard because when you're doing repairs, it's like this. I used to use, don't get me wrong, I used to use the Eakins camera, which are these ones. Yeah, I don't like the sort of stuff because I just use wick. See, I tried that and I was pulling traces off because the solder wick makes a big difference. Now, some of the solder wick on there, now I've got loads of different ones, but it's true what Mr. Swindon said, you've got to make sure that the ones that he was buying, it said it was double, like with resin on it. This one's got low resin residue, which is not ideal. But I was pulling traces off with these, and it was causing me an headache. So I try not to use this, and it's the same with Mr. Swindon. It's just finding that balance point and what you get used to. So it was the same with that Eakins camera. It's great, But since Mr. Pico's given me these glasses, I find that I can get up so much close and personal. This and a little bit of when it comes to a strong light, right? So I use my little torch. I always use that little torch. So when I'm doing RGHing or micro soldering, I tend to find that this and a connection with a strong light, I'll get a much better result. But again, I couldn't get on with it before. Now I can. It's funny how we get round certain things, and you've got to find, because it works for me, don't mean it's going to work for you or anyone else. It's just that you've got to really just experiment at the end of it, and yeah, not easy. So yeah, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna reflow the GPU RAM, because there should be 10. You've got 8 modules on here, and they'll all need so I'm going to give it a reflow with clean it first, reflux it, reflow it, and see if that gets it out of the red ring. Yeah, Kenwick is over £30. It's so expensive, isn't it? Jesus, I didn't realise it's expensive. That's 7.6 metres. I know that sounds a lot, but when you're using it, you've got to make sure good solder wick would cause good solder wick. You wouldn't need anything else because it's got the resin in it, so it will desolder that for it. This cheap, there's so much cheap nastiness out and about, but that proves it. You know, it's over £30. I bet that wasn't once upon a time. You used to get that cheap. Not now. We can't seem to get it cheap. So what I want to do first then, oh god, this is going to be fun. Let me bring the paper out, because this has been sitting underneath here, and I really want to get this sorted, because it's one of these projects. It's sat there and I'm thinking I really need to get it done. Right. And all it's doing is just gathering up dust, getting underneath me bleeding weight. Now, I had a look at this last time. I couldn't find the bloody controllers for it, but I think I found them. But I won't know until I try it. So, I've got the control board that I made up. I cut this on the bench. I made this one up. Right. Now, there's one iPack. I did find another iPack for these, for the PC. Because I daisy chained and made all these up. Right. I've configured this. Go straight on the iPack. Now, these are Sanwa joysticks. These Sanwas are bloody expensive. They end up being about 36. I paid 30 for them. That's each, because they're a much better joystick on that front. So, and I used, instead of the ball, I used the bats. So I bought the bats. So it's just a lot easier. Now, you can use Raspberry Pis. But the only downside that I found when I put the image on, configuration, oh my freaking god, it was an absolute, it drove me insane. It was just sending me round and round the houses. In the end, I just give up. Oh, take it off. It was a nice front end, but if they would say there was a 1 in 10 chance in saying that you could solve it, it was like 100 plus. It was way off the scale. It was so overcomplicated to configure. You need a math degree to work it out. Which don't help the situation. So what I'm going to do, I am going to move this chair, because this frigging thing is a monster, and it does weigh. So I've made some up here. I made some connectors up, but I do really want to get this sorted out, because what I've done, I put a Pandora's box in this, which was easier. I found that Pandora boxes are a lot better. Now, God, let me move this, guys, because this, I know how big this is. It's not for the faint-hearted. It's honestly, she's a right beaut, this one. But I couldn't get the bloody, I couldn't find the controls. But I think I have now come across them. I've got two big boxes of controls. Oh, when I say the word big, she's big. Very dusty. The only downside is I can't physically show how big this is. So right, so I think that's about the best, because look how big this sits, and I can move this up, but that's about as much as I'm going to get it there. Right, so I might be able to get it that way, but it'll be upside down. But it's so bloody monstrous, this thing. It's on, like I said, it's on another level. Right. But at least I might be able to. What I might be able to is, because I need to spin this round, but I think this has got some issues because it started to degrade. It's started to now drop on here, so it needs tacking down. I think what I used, I used some resin just to hold it, because again, getting the arcade, even that sticker was about 26 quid when I got that. I want to re-go over it, sand it down. Once I get this fired up and I can get it configured, then I'll redo this in a summer job. I'll take this down in the garden, put it on my bench, give it a good sand down, and address the issues that it needs to re-tighten it back up at the end of it. And you know, but it's just the configuration. There's no artwork on the side. This one on here, I did manage to put a, if I can show you, there's a reset button. So if you do, there's a couple of routes you can go down on this, the way I designed the arcade. Because it was just a shell, there was nothing in it, there was no monitor. I've put a nice 19-inch monitor in. That's the biggest I could put in on that front. You can go down PC route, right, which I've already done. You can go down the PC route, so you'll get a much more customizable setting up. Or you can go Raspberry Pi or Pandora's box. So there is a couple of routes that you can go down, depending. Normally the Pandora boxes end up being a little bit expensive, but it is a best alternative, because what it does is just that you can download the files. I forgot what, I think they're AGE files on the Pandora boxes, because I've done them before, and it's a lot more customizable, but you need the original controller just to get it into configuration, because it won't let you do it without it. Once you've done it, it then stores it. Then you don't have to, you won't need it after. I couldn't do that because I couldn't find the controllers. So, which drove me at the bleeding wall, because I was trying to look for them and I couldn't find them. I was trying different controllers and it wasn't working. It wouldn't let me get into it. And that's the problem. Then I end up just saying, oh, do you know what? Quite that lad. Let me see if I can spin it round and show you at the back. Right. So, this is the back end, right? And I've configured it. Right. Now, you know what I was saying to you before with the arcade one-ups, right? And I couldn't find the board. Yeah, the reasons why I couldn't find the board, because I'm using the board in this. So if you ever wanted, if say for argument's sake that you wanted to get one of these, if I spin it the right way, so if you ever wanted to get one of the arcade one-ups and you want to run custom using the screen, and you want to run like a Pandora's box, a Raspberry Pi or a PC, you might have to put extra buttons in to configure it, which you can do. But you still need one of these. This is a custom deflection board. These are about £36. They're not that expensive, right? It comes with a two-part system. That is for the power, to power this board, right? And all that runs on is 12 volts. But this board will give you the correct outputs to run anything through it. So if you say for argument's sake that I wanted to run an Xbox through this, I can. I can now, this deflection board on here can now run a 360. I can run a PlayStation. It's got all the connectors around it. It's got HDMI in, HDMI out. You've also got RGB, you've got VGA. So you've virtually got all of the connections that what you would to turn this arcade into a multicade, right? Even if you bought like a multi-tap and run it through various systems. But you need one of these boards to do it. And the good thing is, you don't just have to use these on arcade one-ups. You can use these, because I've done it for my friend. You can use these boards for the original arcades. So basically, all you have to do is just get a jammer wire harness connection that goes to a USB connector, and then it plugs straight into a USB. So it configures it directly to the deflection board, and then the deflection board is then an input and an output. So all you need is that and that power supply. That's it. This, then it converts it. You don't have to do anything. That is a car. So what I've done with this, I bought a car amplifier. They're about 20 quid. I put 2 car speakers in, which you can see up this end, right up here. These are about 9-inch sub, and this thing frigging blasts like anything. But I've configured it where it's a 3-in-1 system due to that configuration board. That's why I couldn't find the board, because it's in the arcade. I thought, I did buy one, I didn't know, I thought I lost it. Now when I looked, it's actually in here. So yeah, it is funny how it all planned out. But what I've got to do now, I've got to see, is that board actually in there? And I can't bleed see it. So I've got the module on there. I don't think it is. No, it's not. It's not plugged in. So the Pandora's box is not in here. Regardless to how it is. So I've got the power supply to the TV. I've already put one of them switches in. I've got audio out. Yeah, this one's got VGA. Yeah, it's got all the connectors on this. So yeah. So where's my Pandora's box for that then? Damn it, it's not in here. I thought I had the Pandora's box in here. It's got to be in one of them boxes with the controller. So I've got the drivers for the speakers, because they're about a 6-inch on that. But I have got the Raspberry Pi. I don't really want to bung a Raspberry Pi in it. Yeah, there's the input. This is what I'm saying. What I've done, I even put an extension. So I've done all this properly, but there's a couple of routes I can go down. If I do the PC route, I can go down the PCB route. Now I've got a spare board and processor, which I can do. You can run a front end. It will have to have Windows. Windows, like all bloody Windows. I could run a custom Windows 10 Lite just to run the front end, because you need minimum Windows 10 to run it. That would be more customizable, and I could do it that route, but that's a painstakingly, it would be a nicer front end, but it's hours of work. It's a massive operation just to get it configured, but I can get it configured. Or the other route is, like you said, is just a plug and play alternative. But I thought the board was actually in here, and it's not in here. Because all I've got in here is just the wires and how to power it up. So this one's not wired up. This was for the PC. So I've done it through a PC route, but the board wasn't great. Well, now I've got the board from PC. I've got the motherboard from PCDD, and that's a much more better board. I could sling this in here, and that front. Put this on to a power switch, so you don't have to, and then just press the side and then power it up. I could do that. I don't know what route to go down, but it's got room to do a couple of things. Or I could just bung an Xbox 360 in and just be done. The only downside, I've got the iPack. The iPacks are in, and in that I won't even have to configure it. It will just play all in. It will just play straight off the bat. We could try that just to see if that works. That'd be an interesting find. Could plug an Xbox 360 straight in. I've got my fat one over there. No, not my fat, my slim one. Because this is an input straight away. So output straight into input. The power's already here. To give it a go and see how I get on, because obviously the Xbox 360 Slim, I can't spin this around, and it's a shame because let's see if I can do sideways. Might be easier. Yeah, look, I can do it sideways. That'd be easier, and then that give me, because I like to show you guys what I'm up to. So what we could do that. So I could actually, it's really dusty because it's been stuck under the cupboard for underneath that desk for such a long time. So I could just plug in a 360 and just see if it works off the bat on the controller board, because I have not tried it. So I've got the iPad there. It's only on for, what one's it plugged in? Player 1. So it's only plugged in to player 1. So what we could do, plug a 360 and then try it straight into a USB. Plug this in to the USB port, because I've got it all configured on there. I might have to alter some of the configurations on the back of it and give it a go and see what the 360, see if it does. Possibility, just to see if that actually physically works. I'd like to do that and then give that a go. Yeah, because I've got the inputs actually in the thing, so I'm not really worried about that. All I need to do is plug this in and power this up. So I put a torch. What I've done, I put a light underneath this. So on the top, I actually did put a fluorescent tube to light all this up. The only thing is that's all dropped down. I could put a pin on that. I could get me nail gun and nail gun that from the side. So that'll hold this up anyway. I might actually do that. This will still turn on. Yeah, she does. She still powers up. So if I turn it off, you can actually see it. It does all light up. So the good aspect is that you can just turn it. Should. Yeah, that's not turning on and off from there, but you can turn it off. So it's got power because I've put it straight into one of the multi-taps on that front. So we could plug a 360 and just see how we get on that. So I'm going to power that off for a minute. Let me grab me 360. Where's me slim? Oh, that's a laugh. Yeah, because I've not tried that. That's one thing I've not tried on it yet. That's my PlayStation. You could use that on the GameCube. Mind you, if you're going to use a GameCube, because a GameCube would be good. You've got quite a lot of arcade. I think the 360 is better because one, you'll get better graphics, and two, that it'll be a lot more easier to control. But I don't know if that will work with that iPad. Some of them iPads are a bit iffy. It could be a hit and miss. Good aspect though, because really you want it, because the 360 is a good all-rounder. That's why I bought the shell. I bought this, it was all in bits, so I managed to put it all back together. So where is my 360? Typical. Here. Got everything else buried and I can't find my 360. Oh, here it is. Here you you why you can't find your 360, because the PlayStation 1 was sitting on top of it. What is Wally? The good aspect is that you could actually put this straight in, alright? You don't, because this has been RGH'd, that still wouldn't interfere. I don't think it would. I don't think it would even interfere if you put the control board back on. No, it don't. So this is a prime example to what I just said. You can just literally put this straight on. This is why I think arcades are great, because then one, you ain't got to muck about with the you could disable, if you was really worried, you could actually disable the DVD drive, just unplug it, so that way you don't accidentally try and push the ejector drawer, because you won't get nothing, because most of it you can, because once they're RGH'd, you could literally just plug it straight in, and HTC it pair it over. You know, they got the wire, they're wireless anyway, they've got the built-in Wi-Fi chip. So what I'm going to try and do, I've got to try and source a power plug and plug this in. I'm really itching to give this a go. There's games on there, I just want to see if it works with the iPack or not. So that's why I grabbed the adapters, because these adapters, they're cheaper to buy the adapter than the power supply. If this actually works, this might be a best alternative I can do to this arcade. Because the 360, you shouldn't have to, I don't think with the Xbox 360, you shouldn't have to worry about configuration. It's all done for you. Now, I'm going to need HDMI. I'm going to need an HDMI cable. I know I knew it was going to ask an HDMI cable. But I don't know where that Pandora's box is gone. I mean, typical. I thought I left it in there, to be totally honest. Apparently no, I must have took it out. Why, I don't know. Where's that power supply? Right, here's the power supply. So there's a plug already in there, so that's alright, because then I ain't got to muck about trying to source a plug. I switched off, innit, because I don't want to get zapped. Right, that's plugged in. Right, good. That's in. Now, I can plug that in. I can lead this out. Right, I'll lead this out because it's got a nice long lead. And I could just plug that straight into one of the USBs actually in the Xbox 360. So it should see it as a generic, it should think it's an Xbox 360 controller. The only thing I've got to plug in is HDMI. Sure, I can source one of them somewhere. Yeah, that's in. Alright. I've never tried, this is the first time I've tried it like this, straight into it. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. And I wanted to try and eliminate, does that actually work it on there? I can't see why not. Because all my Xbox 360 games on there, and that'd be best because that's got a 1 terabyte drive. I can then just load this up with games and use this as just an arcade, just to run all the 360 stuff. You can put quite a lot on the Xbox 360s. have bear with. Let's see if I can try and dig out. Oh yeah, here's the bloody Pandora's box. I was looking for it. It's right in front of me. Right, now, well, we have got that. So what's that, 12 volt? Yeah, I found it. I've got the Pandora's box here. 12 volt. Yeah, we might be able to use the Pandora's box. I'm still curious to use it this way. I'm still going to need an HDMI output. We can't. Oh, that's alright. It was shoved in here. I know where to get the 12 volt from. That's not a problem. There's the Pandora's box. And it's one of these ones here. 3D Pandora is Pandora Saga Wi-Fi. Hey, Farm Tech, how you doing, my friend? Yeah, this is a bit different today, isn't it? I've managed to dig the dusty bar top out. Right, let me go and source another cable because I can't. There's none in that box. I don't even know where they all are. I have bloody loads of them poxy things. Hey, yes, I've got 100%. I have got HDMI lead. Digging one out. That's HDMI lead to SCART. I ain't used them all up. I know that for a dead cert. I'm just trying to have a source around, see if I can try and dig one of them epoxy leads out. And you're not. What's this one here? Is this 12 volt? No, that's 9 volt. That's no good, can't use that. didn't see this bit. Let me move after this. I bet they're going to be in this bloody box. That's why I can't find nothing. Oh, for crying out loud. Look, it was right in front of me eyeballs. It's in this box. Yeah, got one. I'm pulling off the bloody bedroom here. All my other boxes of leads. Look, fucking found one here. Right, finally. HDMI in. God, don't give me much room though. Yeah, it's the only downside to having one in here. I suppose you could do, you can stand this up. Right, because you don't want to break the port on the back of an Xbox. The last thing you want to do, and they're an absolute nightmare to do on there. Because you've got to take that connector off. Right. Input, lovely. Right, I'm going to push that forward because I don't want to break that port. Right, I'm not really worried about. I'll have to manually switch it on. Yeah, that's another aspect. How would you? Mind you, you should be able to turn it on with, because you can turn it on if it was configured properly. You could turn it on from the buttons to turn the Xbox on, so you really wouldn't need to manually open this up anyway. Well, in theory. Right. Everything else is switched on. We've got a green light. We've got a green light at the top there. Which port? Oh, it's the blue one, is it? So let's just see if this powers up. No. So that's the idea of the iPack, because the iPack would turn this, should turn this on, but it don't matter. Just turn it on in there. Let's see if we get a signal. If not, I'm going to have to change the channel. No, turn straight on. This is why I like the arcade side, because you can literally be able to sort this out. Microsoft just signed in. The only downside is I might have to alter the iPack settings. And we've got absolutely no left and right. Right, so that's now iPack settings. This is what I was saying about earlier on. Getting the iPads to configure can be a little bit tricky. This is what, when you're doing bar tops and homemade, once you've configured it, it will save the configuration. You can just unplug it, plug it, you should plug it back in. But we've got nothing. Because obviously it's not. Now the iPads you can get them to generate as a as an Xbox controller, because I've seen it, and these ones are Xbox compatible, so it should see this. Let me have a quick go to Jimmy Riddle, guys. Give me 1 minute. Right, well, I've got that configured. That's the one aspect. Right, so that's obviously plugged in. I've got a blue light. It's come up with a blue light. So all I need to do is just get this plugged in and see what's coming up on the iPack. So the best thing is unplug them all. Right. Now this one should have automatically been configured, but the others are just button controlled. But one could be a player, and that ain't going to make no difference which side is what. So let me plug this one in over here. No, because it does tell you the configuration on the actual board itself. You can read it. It just says G for ground, D for plus. So we've got, that's not working, that one. So we should have just had left and right to start with. That's what you should have had. Okay, I'll turn it off, restart it, see if it does. I've got all the other wires configured, so you should have at least left and right. Yeah, no wonder I couldn't find the bloody board, it was already plugged in the back. No, so I don't like that one. Well, okay, unplug that. Right, now again, this could be down to quality of leads itself as well. So let me try, if that's the case, let me try a different lead and see if it does it through the leads. Because the leads do make a difference when it comes to doing this. I tend to find now I've got another one here, so it could be a lead related issue. Right, let's plug her in. Blue light, good. Nothing. Now I know this works because I used a 360. So this could be now related to the iPack. The iPack could be causing this. Yeah. Yeah, it could be the iPack that could be could be causing this issue. It ain't making no difference which side I put that on. Okay, we'll leave that unplugged then for a minute. Let's see if it's button related now, to see if the buttons work. So let me grab one button. This one wants tightening up, it's all loose. Now these buttons light up, but obviously I've not configured them to do that. So we should have button config. Well, it's not lighting up no more. So I want that button line up. See what I mean about when I said to you about earlier on about button configuration? This what makes me think I could still put it down to these scabby eye packs that obviously it's not configuring. So what I'm doing, I'm changing and just trying buttons. Take them out of one port with one button to see if we've got any configuration going. Turn it off and turn it back on. See if that makes a difference. Oh yeah, blue lights come back on again. So yeah, it probably didn't like it because I unplugged it. And then I can try it with, I'll try it with the one button again. It's a shame that the left and right don't configure on that front. You plug that in, you might be able to see it. So what I want to try and do is, I'm just going to take one button, which is going to be this one. This one here, this is it. Just want to see if any of these buttons are responding to anything on that pack. Absolutely nothing. No, see, so that could be down to the iPack itself that could be causing that. Yeah, that's not doing absolutely nothing. Yeah, that iPack's not even responding. That should have responded to that, and it's not responding. So that really could really be down to the pack itself that could be causing this, not configured to, not talking to this. Now I know these work because I tried it on the PC. I didn't try it with an Xbox 360. So we've got going to turn it off and restart that and see if the other side works it. Hey Squish, how you doing my friend? I'm gonna have a crack at the I've put an Xbox 360 and I'm seeing if the iPack will configure to the 360. It looks like it's not configuring. So, because obviously this is sitting around here. No, I am lurking. No worries, my friend. So yeah. Well, it doesn't like that. One, that I ain't got a light on it, and it doesn't like that because it's now just sitting with the Microsoft logo sitting there. It don't like it. So I'll unplug that. I'll try that again. We've got a blue light back on the iPad. That's one good aspect. Oh, here you go. No, that's not making no difference. Yeah, they definitely don't like that pack at all. So I can't really use the 360 due to the iPack. I suppose if I ordered an iPack that was Xbox 360 compatible, that might make a difference. There could be a difference on that. But I thought that it could be for that reasons why, and that's not lighting up there. It did do, and now I don't like it. All right. So I'll scrap the idea with the 360. Good that it works it on a deflection board, which I couldn't see why not. But we still got the same problem that the 360. I will make a note of that. The 360 won't work with the iPack on the arcade. So it just rules it out. So I can switch everything off for a minute. Take that out. Cool. Okay. So I can't obviously use that one. Right, I'll unplug that and Jesus. Everything I end up dropping. You know why? Lack of room. And this friggin' arcade literally takes so much bandwidth up. It's astronomical. Right, so what I need to do now then is I can run. It's got the ROM side in it. Let's try the Wi-Fi Saga and see if we can get this one configured on the back of it. Because it's got USBs on the front. So I'm going to plug that in on there. Where's that? That should have powered that up. So I've got that powered. Hold up. That should power that up. What it says. Oh, it does. Right. Okay. Now I've got to switch it on in there. Right. Okay. Well, that's fair enough. Right. Let me see if I plug that iPack back in now. Right. Just to see if I've got anything configured on the Wi-Fi Saga. Now, I hate this one because this one just goes super loud, but I can turn it down. It should power out. Right, interesting. So, is the iPack plugged in? She is plugged in. Right. Well, it's just resetted it. Great. This is what I'm saying. I'll turn it down. You'll get deafened with this thing because them speakers are super loud. It's got that amplifier built in it. Right. So that is obviously resetting the thing. So what I need to do is plug that into the original. Right. Well, that's good news. Now the iPack's working. That works. It's just getting a button configured. So it's looking at the iPack's working for this side. I know where the other iPack is. Right. It's just getting these things configured. They are a bloody nightmare. Now I'm pretty sure one of these could be... Which one did I just plug in? Because I've got all these wires here. Right, it's the end one there. Right, ain't that one. That goes to red. I ain't got a clue what that's for. That's why I configured all these buttons. Right, one goes up. So one of these could be a select mode. Yeah, see? Right. Hold up, because the thing's got a mind of its own. So, what's this one? Ah. Is that reset? Yeah, that's a reset button. So the top ones are configurations for up, down, left and right. Right. And also a reset button. That end one's a reset. So the bottom ones have got to be for button config. They've got to be. Right, ain't that one. Ain't that one. One could be, oh, that one, that's resetted it. Oh, no, it ain't. It's loading it. Right, well, that's interesting, because that third one along, that I've just typed in there, that I've just put in, looks like it's a start. Now, I can configure that on CoinOp as a player 1, or as a start itself. Yeah, it definitely is. Looks like it. So I really need, without looking at, I really need the button configurations on these iPacks. Now that's obviously not a start button, but that was enough to start it there. Now that won't start that. Oh, there you go. That's a start. Alright, well, that's interesting. Yeah, see, this is not moving it. See, this is what I was saying about earlier on. This is the problem that you end up running into. Unless there's a configuration to get this done. I bet that's got to go back onto the third one again to select it. No? Clearly not. Okay, what about the fourth one? No. Ah. That brings up the options. That makes it interesting. Continue game, save state or load date. Right, okay. So it only looks like it only does it on selective models on there. Mission start, single. But it's not moving the state up or down. I'll tell you what, let me plug the other one in. Right. No, it just restarts it. No, it don't like that. So it sees it, but it doesn't configure it unless you've got to go into configuration. So I'll plug it back in. All right. Let's see if there's any configuration on there. Trouble is, how did I get into that configuration state? That's got to be a button config. This is the problem that I ran into when I done it last time. It was sending me around the bloody houses. The Pandora's boxes are great, but you'll get left and right, because you should also have left and right to turn the page. Start to search the game, right, with the left and right's not working. So all we got is up and down. This is why I still think it's an iPack issue related problem. I personally don't think it's not the way it's done. I still think that it's got to be that iPack that's causing it. I really need to find a better iPack, and then that might solve 99% of all my issues. Because that's the only way you can configure it. But no, it's not being configured on that. Like, it's obviously that iPack should have just plugged that in. Let me see if I can plug the other iPack in and see if that makes a difference. Is this a faulty iPack? That could be another reason why this is not working properly. I don't know. I tend to run into issues with these bloody iPacks, but they should just work straight off the bat. I could go through my arcade box of bits and see if I've got a couple in now. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. Give me a minute. Bronson's sitting in the kitchen. He's got the right arm. Right, so I've obviously got a bunch of arcade bits that I managed to save. So I've got SandWires, I've got a couple of SandWires, because they're bloody expensive SandWires. They are super dear. I've got custom plate places, I've got zippies. This could be interesting. I wonder if it could be because I could try one of these directly, then plug it in. Now that's one of these joysticks, but I could still try it. This could be a configuration that the joystick could not be compatible. Good shout, I could try that. There's another iPack here, a different iPack. Oh, I've got a couple of iPacks. Alright, well I knew I sort of said I've got loads of arcade bits in here. We could try a couple of different routes on here, see how we get on. That I'll tell you what these have come out of. That is an arcade 1-up. I just noticed, I know by look. Arcade 1-ups have these. They're like a form of zippy. So we got two different iPacks here. Completely two different iPacks. I ain't got any more. Well, if I didn't drop it. Oh, alright. I've got two identical. Right, we could give these a go. And then retry it on the Xbox 360. So there's a couple of routes I can go down. Give this a go. It could be an iPack related problem, or it could be the joystick's not compatible with the iPack, but partly working. I've not known that, to be honest, because it's just a joystick. I'm putting it more towards an iPack problem. It's not compatible. Well, I'm going to eliminate it first. First things first is unplug. Right. She's unplugged anyway. Oh, no, she ain't. She ain't unplugged. Right, she is now. Right. So what I want to do is see if this joystick works straight off the bat, plugged in directly. This is a zippy one, plugged straight into this. Right. Now the idea is that you'd use a jumper, come off that to go onto an iPad to configure. I just want to see if this sees this as a generic joystick. It should go left and right. No, it doesn't. So it's not powering it up. Alright, I'll turn it off and turn it back on. Because it could be because I've upset the state. I didn't really investigate it that much to see what was causing the problem. But Bronson's buggered off, he's gone out the kitchen, I can't believe it. Right, so if this still don't work it, no, it's not making no difference. So that's not working as a generic joystick. Up, down, left or right. So that don't work. I can rule that out. Definitely can rule that out. That's not obviously not working. Right, okay. Second issue is then, let me try a different iPad with the controller. Just unplug the iPad from that one. Right. Now this one is, we've got this iPad here. This one's obviously a different iPad. Let me double check. Yeah, this one's slightly a little bit different. Alright. So this one's slightly a bit different. It's got some red on this one where the others didn't. Plug the iPad in. Alright. I can't even get the frigging controller in. Well done, because it's going in upside down. Right. The good aspect is we got a red light, right? You see, so it's lit the iPad up. Now, this one is going to be for, if I leave this to one side and then just wire up, take this one out and plug this one in. Let's see if this one works it. There's a up, down, left and right. Yeah, it is. Left, right. Have we got up and down? Yay! So we got up, down, left and right. So it is an iPad issue. Ah, see? Now this one's working it. So I'm going sideways. So you go all the way to the top and then it'll let you select your categories. Now this one's working it. So it's a bloody iPad issue. I knew it. I bloody well knew it. Well, if that's the case then, that now should work with an Xbox 360. Or I could just get this configured to see if it'll work with this. Well, that's still good because it's got quite a lot of games on here. I think it's got about 3,000 games. This will be great because then I won't have to worry about like other games sections. So let me go down to, right, I'll leave it on Metal Gear Slug because this one's hard to get it configured. Right, leave that on there. Now let me plug in some of the control buttons and see if that'll operate it. So if I just take one of these, so it is an iPack problem. I knew it. I bloody knew it was going to be an iPack issue. Something just told me it was. Them iPacks, if they don't get configured properly, that it might not be backward compatible. Right, that one was the first one I plugged in. What did that just do? Reset it. Great, lovely. Right, okay, it's not that one in. Don't plug that one in. Right. Well, now the joystick's working, and if it works on this, that in theory, hey Chris, if it does work on here, then it should work on a 360. The only thing is the red lights. Oh no, it would do because it was me. Didn't plug that in. So I'm trying to have a look. I'm trying to get these. I'm trying to get these buttons configured, Chris, on one of these iPacks, because this one obviously I'm having issues. It looks like it looks like now it's an iPack problem, not being configured. Well, that's not doing nothing when I click on it. So that's not doing nothing on that one. Or that one. You know, I'll tell you what, these are a frigging nightmare to try and get configured. Right, that goes up and down. So it's obviously not them two. Ain't that one. Ain't that one. It ain't that one. Well, that goes to blue to red. So what's the idea of the blue to red then? See, this is what I don't. You've got select. Oh, right. Oh, I see. So what you can do with these, you can select left to right. That's why it goes blue to red. So the idea of these iPacks, like this one in here, if I press that button, it goes to blue. If I press it, it goes to red. So I suppose that you can get these configure, I assuming that you can collect a left and a right side. So even though these can, or you can have like two lefts if you want to have two players. Or I think that's how it's set up, because I've just looked on there. It says select. What did that say? I can't see that. It's so bloody tiny, and it's back to front. LED. You've got LED 1 and LED 2. Well, then I don't know. Then I know that's not. Then it's not a left and right. Then I don't know. I ain't got a clue. But that one selects it from blue to red, which is one. Could that be then? Could that actually be like an analog in digital side? That could be. There's a strong possibility that could be. Now let me try the other single red ones. What do these do? Right, well I've just pressed that, plugged that in, and it resets it. So that's a reset. So there's nothing written on these. Oh yes it does, it tells you at the bloody back. Duh. Right, well that'd make my life a lot easier. Right, okay. So right, the top buttons have got 5 volt if you want to put 5 volt to it. Then you've got AL, AR, AD, AU, auto, turbo, clear and mode. And the other one is 5 volt to ground, and then you got 5 volt plus and another 5 volt. So I suppose if you want to power up the joysticks to give them a little bit of colour. So now the button configuration's all down the bloody bottom. So what we got K12, K11, ST, SE. SE is a select, I assume. you've got an R2, L2, R1, and then you've got L2 and R1, 1, K4, K3, and K2. So one of these is going to be, yeah, and all the others, you've got grad, AL, AR, AD. So I assume that's going to be for your up, down, left, and right. So you can configure this then. Also, if I'm reading this correctly, it looks like you can configure this if you want to use this side. So I didn't bother reading. The bottom part. Obviously that'd help. What the word Wally? You Wally. Right. Right, now you don't like that one. And then okay, I'll plug it up to that side. Right, ain't that one. Tekken 6. Ah, right, that's a side select. Right, well that makes it interesting. What about that one? That don't do nothing. No, that ain't doing nothing. I think that's just like a reset. No, that didn't do nothing. That's not doing nothing. It could be because it's got to be in a certain select mode. That's not doing nothing. I think I could be right. One could be a digital, one could be an analog. That's not doing nothing. None of these are doing nothing. Jesus. But it's operating, yeah. Ah, well that one it did. Let me go back to that. That did select it. Yeah, so that's a select. That's interesting. Right, well that's started it, but does this one start? Because one of these could be a start. Ah, there you go. Select. But again, ranking school options. We still got nothing on moving it about left and right. Single. Yeah, it's not operating. Let's see if it'll operate it. Right, well, that's jumping. Right, so that one's a jump button. This keeps unplugging, this don't help. Right, that's a shoot, but we still got... Oh, no, it's all right. So we have got left and right. Well, this looks like this is working. So one's a select. I've got to have one for select on that. Okay, so what does this one do then? Right, that changes it. That makes it interesting. That's not doing nothing. That's not doing nothing. Ah, continue. Right, oh okay, that's bringing up a state. So that brings up a state. This one's bringing up a bloody menu, but it's all in Chinese. Great, lovely. Anyone can translate? Be my guest. So it looks like then the third one's down, 4. That's a jump. This one should be a fire. Yeah, that's a fire. Gamepad disconnected. Right, because it, you know why? Because I'm trying to hold it. Yeah, that's not a great connection. Gamepad connected. Yeah, it looks like this one's obviously operating it. Oh god, I'm getting killed. Right, it doesn't really matter because all I wanted to do was just come out of this. So it looks like I'm going to have to plug. So it ain't making no difference if it's on the red or the blue. It seems to be operating it. Yeah. Have we got sound? Because I think I turned it down. I think I might have to go in directly for sound. Yeah, audio, I think you do. I think that has to come out. It has to go directly to it. It's not doing it through the board. So it looks like you've got to do it directly from here. Switch her off. Switcheroony. It's definitely an iPad issue. See, look, I can get into the coin. Look, I can actually get into, where is it? Coin settings. It's on free play. Key settings. So really, this one looks like it operates it, which is interesting. What I should really do is unplug this. Try the Xbox 360 again with this iPad to see if this one works it, because clearly the other iPad wasn't working it. And did I say I had 2 of them? Yeah, I have. I've got 2 of them, so I won't even have to buy them, which is great. All right, that might be a good shout. Let me switch this off. I'll power this off. That, if it still don't do it, then I can use, obviously I can use this Pandora's box and go through that route. Hey, Ockels, how you doing, my friend? Fucking Poxy 3D Bronson's back. I've got a new command. I've added one in for Mr. Swindon, and it's Jeff. You know, exclamation Jeff. That's one of the new commands that I added. I said, because a couple of people asked for it. Can you add a Jeff in? So I went, yeah, all right, I'll add a Jeff in. So I've got a Jeff command. Yeah, the issue I'm having, iPad problems then. So it's 100% that iPad is not talking to the console, or it's not talking, it's obviously the iPad that's plugged into that. It's not working it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug the Xbox 360 back in, right? And then we can take it from there, because I just wanted to see if it was actually physically working it. I couldn't see why not. It should have worked it. But then obviously if the iPad's having an issue, it won't. Right, that's plugged in. Where's that power supply? Fucking had to be there. I think Mr. Worms is lurking in the background. He did pop on. He just said I'm lurking. I really wanted to finish this bloody arcade one up, this arcade thing off. So that should be turned on, and we should have the arcade. We should have this actually fully working. So it was the bloody iPack. I knew it was going to be that iPack. I bet that one was for a PC, not for games consoles. Now this one, I could plug that back in for the audio. I bet that operates it now, did it? Right. No, it's still not operating it. That's strange. I thought that would have operated the place. I thought that would have operated the 360. Clearly not. So it's not operating it. Alright, then that could be down to the mode switch button. Let me see if I can take one of these button configurations. Like this one here. Wrong one. Ain't gonna be that one. Nor that one. No, not that one. Oh, let's pull that off. Fuck. Now I've pulled the connector. Damn it. Oh no. Right. That is, yeah, that is that one. Right, okay. One of these will swap it to blue. No, it ain't that one. Ain't none of them then. Oh, that's interesting. God damn it. That is going to this iPack. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I was just double checking to see if it was actually going to the iPack. That is plugged in because I've got a red light. So I'm just wondering if it's because, like you said, I see it. I actually did see that it was working the Pandora's box, but it's still not operating the 360. No, it's not. It's not operating on that 360. It doesn't like this one. That's really bizarre. Let's just see if it'll operate any of the buttons. No. No. No, not at all. No, No, it's obviously not operating that one. Okay, I'll unplug that iPack. That obviously that iPack's not working. Not working on there. Then I wonder if it can actually be the... Let me unplug this then. Then it could still be an iPack issue, what's causing it not to work with that. So where's the other iPack that I've just had? This one here? Yeah, this is it. So if I plug this one into it, let's see if this one will operate. Oh yeah, there's got to be so many different bloody configurations with these iPads. That one's not working it. I've got nothing from there at all. Right, does this one light up? No, we got no light up. Turn it off. Turn it back on. Now I can plug this one straight onto here. Right. So this, I'll have to try these ones here and see if this makes a difference. Plug. No. The only thing is, I haven't got any red light or green light on this one. So I don't know if this is actually doing anything. No. Ah, it froze it, that's why. Just looked. Damn it. It's still doing the waterworks out there. I think going to be out there for. It's been out there for 3 weeks so far. Wait until you've got another 3 weeks. I can't wait until that comes around. Because parking's become an absolute nightmare. No. No. One of these could be up, down, left and right. This is a completely... No. So far, nothing. No, these have done absolutely nothing at all. Plugging these in. No. So this is not operating this iPack as well, which does make it interesting because I thought it would have done, to be honest, but no. Looks like that's obviously not working it. Damn it. Damn it with a can of Spam. I'll try the other iPack just in case that one's gone 40, which is one of these ones. Like the same one, because the other one's here. So I've tried that one, I ain't tried this one. Are these iPads 40? I'm lost for words. Or they're just not backward compatible with it. Strong possibility it might not even be compatible. Damn it. Well, we got a red. Well, we got a red light. No, absolutely nothing. That does not feel loose though. That, let me try that other cable. That feels loose. It keeps cutting off. It's doing exactly the same as the other one. Let me put the original cable back on it. And when you plug it in, it feels like it keeps cutting out. Well, that feels snugger. Yeah, a lot of it, I still put it down to bloody cables. Right. Yeah, this one's not cutting out. That's right, snugged in. No, it ain't made no difference. Still no left and right. Oh, well. Give me a minute. Let me just see if there's any iPacks compatible with an Xbox 360. That could still be an issue. We'll have a quick look on eBay. I can't spell. Oh, I'll take it back. Copy that. Let's go back into Chrome. Plug that in. Now it's coming up iPad. I did type iPad in, it's putting bloody iPad in. I just want to see if they do iPacks. I think they're on iPack. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Like they do the iPack 2s. These are what they configure. They might have done like an update version. Yeah, look at the price of some of these on Amazon. £65. Yeah, I can count that one out. I'm not paying 65 subs for something like that. That's just ludicrous. Let me have a quick look on eBay. I'll still put it down to these iPacks. This would have been much better because I could have just slung a 360 straight in. Now that same iPack, the one I just looked at on Amazon, was £65. Same one on there, pre-owned, £21.50. Pays you to do your own work first. That's mad. Absolutely bonkers. Yeah, they have got new ones. God almighty, you want to see the price of them? Perhaps this is what's causing the issue. The latest main version, brand new, you're looking at £37, which is still ain't bad. Yeah, it's got it on there. They're called an iPac 2 keyboard encoder with USB cable. What is this compatible with? Full speed USB 2.0, 56 inputs. This is why. Upgradable firmware. iPac only, keyboard encoder. iPac 4 on each own dedicated microprocessor pin. iPac is only a keyboard encoder, which emulates a USB keyboard. Oh, that's no good then. Alright, so it just emulates a keyboard. You don't really want it emulating a keyboard. Perhaps they don't do one then for the 360s. Yeah, it don't look like it. Just having a look on here. No. So perhaps they don't do one for the 360s. These are not really compatible for it. They look like they're mainly PC or like Pandora's boxes on these type of things, like the interface. Perhaps the 360 it can't emulate a controller on them, which I thought it would have done, to be honest. But that iPac one's different compared to the others. The trouble is, if I had this one's obviously not emulating it up and down, left and right. Let me have a look in that box. What's that one? Is that one different? Let me plug the Zippy drive one in. No, ain't gonna make no difference. I didn't think it would. I thought it might have made a difference if I'd have plugged the Zippy joysticks in compared to the Sonos. No, they didn't. It's not made no difference at all. Because obviously these ones on there, because that's your joystick input, and the others you've got like button configurations. I thought that would have just operated it straight off the bat, but apparently not. No. I ain't got no others in that box, have I? No, that one's just. Yeah, that's a good shout. I wonder if that could actually be. Where's them other wires that I've just put on the side there for a minute? Yeah, these. Yeah, these could be them, is they? No, because they've got to go into that. They're not. Let me have a quick look in amongst all these wires, because I've got like bunches of wires here. Right. Now, obviously this is another Zippy one, but you're up, down, left and right. It might not be compatible on that side. One could be like an encoder pack. That's obviously, I mean, I might be able to configure it with, if I find a button configuration with one of them on, might be able to do it another way. Which, that's what I was just looking for, just see if that would do it. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Yeah, that'd do. Something like that, but in two. Have we got a two? Where's that other one on there? No, that is a three. Right, alright. Alright. Let's give that a shout. Now, I've got Now I'm going to plug I don't think it matters which way these go around, to be totally honest. So what I want to do is plug that one in and one of them and one of them. Right, where's the black one? The black one's just come off. Right, that one's on. I've got now I might be able to plug this in to that encoder board and see if I can get some form of action off one of the other analog side. Perhaps these have got to be manually installed. I mean, I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here. I don't really know, but it's worth giving it a go. Clearly not. Right, so let me do that by offhand because I can do it easy from here. No. No. I just want to see if I can get that to move. No, that's obviously not. But right. I'll try that again. One of them fell out. I still don't think these are compatible with the Xbox 360s. I think because the 360 is just too complex with its USB side, and these iPads just can't pick them up. So it looks like then I'm limited. You can't just use these on anything then. This is why I wanted to try it. It's been stuck down there for months now, and it's obviously not doing absolutely, it's doing zilch. So no, obviously not. You can't use that. They're just like they're not compatible with that 360 at all. It just looks like it's a no-show, which is, like I said, it's a shame because I thought it would have been. God damn it. Yeah, the joysticks have obviously, like, you plug the iPad in, and that is the correct way of how to deal with it, but it just looks like it's not operating on that. It's just not. We've got no down, we've got no left, right, up, down, or nothing. Or even if you had like side, you had some issues on it. I'm just wondering if it was, this one there is mode. Let me just select to see if it's mode related an issue. Where is it? This one? Yeah, mode. This is it. No, it's not even operating the mode. Yeah, mode's not being selected. Just sits on red, so it's not it's not determined from the 360. It's not selecting. So obviously, it looks like the iPACs are out from the 360. It's a no-show. Damn. All right. Okay. Well, there's a point of elimination. If you don't try these things, I wouldn't know. I'd be no wise if I didn't try it. At the end of it, I thought they would have done, but because I just thought it would have seen it as a generic USB, but clearly not. Okay. Fair enough. What I'll do then is I'll make a note that iPACs are not compatible with the 360s. The other one could be keyboard relating, and to see it as an emulation. Shame, I thought that would have been. Oh yeah, that'd be a good idea. Never tried it. Thought best to give it a go. Well, at least I've eliminated it and tried that side, but no, it doesn't work it. So the only one I can use then, it looks like the Wi-Fi. It looks like it looks like the only one I can really use is this Pandora Wi-Fi Saga, and get this configured. But obviously, again, down to iPAC. Looks like the one that I've got to use is take this one off and use this one, because this one is not operating it for some reason. This one that I can't use, just can't seem to use it. Doesn't operate it properly. So, which obviously I thought that would have done, but and I've got two of them. Did have two. Oh yeah, the other one's up here, is it? No, that's a different one. No, the other one's here. So I need to take this one off and swap it over. Great, lovely. Right, well that makes my job easier. Because then I can, all I've got to do is so what I'm doing is taking this one off. So I can't use these. For some reason it's not operating it anyway, so probably does, but not compatible even with the Wi-Fi ones. But these ones, yeah, these ones seem to be working it. So I can just put these two back to where I took the original one off. And then I can have player 1 and player 2. The only thing is, I'll have to configure these buttons on the front here, is because they would probably be start and select. That's the only thing with these arcades, is that once you've done it, it will save. You won't have to configure it. But again, good luck trying to get the configuration, because they are a frigging nightmare to do. Now, obviously I can't use these screws, they're too big for it, and I don't want to split that or crack it. So right, great, it's now giving me another new headache. Well, that means the holes must have been slightly big on the other one, because these ones ain't. Alright, no worries. Where's my pot of screws? Before I do that, where's my drink? Yeah, let's replenish on my drink. Sink drink side. Yeah, I might have to put a pin on that front. Now don't start, Bronson, right? I mean, bloody hell, I knew it was only a matter of time before you'd start. You're like a mechanical clock, you are, mister. You're like a mechanical clock. Where's them bloody screws gone? No, don't start. No starting. No, don't start on your deck. You big goofer. Ah, Goofy. Right, Goofy. Knock it off. You big goof. He stinks. And I even bathed him. Now you are. Trouble. Trouble. Trouble bomb. Trouble bomb bomb. Now you're asleep. Why can't you stay asleep? I mean, go and lay back on your cot. Go on. Terror. Bromby. Bromby? So what is that Bromby? No, he pesters. He pesters. Rubber chop, rubber chop, rubber chop. Hello, boy. Terror. Terror. No, don't pester your dad. I'd love you. He's lovely, really. He's lovable. He loves his daddy. Yeah, he loves his daddy. He's all in big rolls of chops around here. Bomb, 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 bomb. Fuck me. That's the only thing is, this arcade's took so much room up on my bench, I can't even find me pot of screws. Obviously I need to find some screws so I can anchor that down. Because these ones are too bloody, these ones are far too big. I don't know where the other screws have gone. God damn it. Right. Oh, well, what's these under here? No, they're springs. We can't use them. No. Bomb. Can we use the ones underneath? Right. No, they're pots. And other bits and pieces. Damn it. Rods, no start, no start. Oh, where's the pot of screws? I'm going, where's the pot of screws? Just found them. Right behind where I put them up there where I couldn't see them. Yeah, pretty gutted about that. I thought I could have actually used a 316. No. No, it looks like that is a no. Now, I'm going to need... Now, we'll have some... Oh, see? Look, perfect. Oh, yes. Can I call you Mister? Pepe Junior O'Connor. Right, hold up a minute. Well, if I put it on the right bloody side. I think these go... Do they go at the bottom or do they go at the top? I don't know where I took these off. No, I think they go this way. No, they're not going now. God damn it. I might have to put them up here. Mark them out. I hate digging bloody new holes in things because it just makes it really difficult. Where's that screwdriver bit? Right, let me put that on there. Let me do it on me leg. As long as I don't dig through me leg. Won't be the first time. Oh well. So it was iPack. Ended up being bloody iPack all the time then. Now when I couldn't get this to configure, I know I knew, I thought it's got to be something simple. Why I can't get this to configure. I was running into problems. That's it, Bronze. I dropped the screw on the floor. That's the only thing with these, because these are incredibly notorious for trying. You've got to put the iron pack in. I normally mount it to the board, so it's just easier. Then I can plug out all the wires into. So if I put these, the wires should be near. Yeah, I was going to say, there you go. I was plugging it into the wrong one. The word Wally, it's just come to me, as Del Boy always says. Hugh Wally. There you go, and that lines up perfect. Oh, shit. I've got loads of these screws. I think they come out of the Xbox 360. So I'm not really bothered anyway. Obviously, I've had so many Xboxes where I've took apart, and I'm going, well, where's these screws going? Oh, don't worry, just put them in a pot. Right. So the hole was pre-drilled, I just didn't see them. God damn it. Right, no. Now, why isn't that going in? What? Oh, you know why? It's because that is a security screw, and that is why, you donut, it is not going in. Oh, for crying out loud. I thought it was a posi drive when I looked at it. No, it's one of them soppy bloody security screws. God. That's a Phillips. That's a Phillips. Nice. Oh no, it's not going in there. Yep. They look the bloody same, these screws. Yeah, it ain't got to go mad anyway. It's only got to hold it in play. Right, that one's in. So I can now do the other side and put this one in as well. Yeah, see, I must have configured it where they got the wires going into it. Right, that's right. Make sure I've got the right bloody screws for this one. Right, that makes it really a lot better. Then I could do a player 1 and player 2. Right, that one's in. I ain't going too mad with them. Right, check the screws. Right, that one there. Nice. Just had to tighten that one up. There you go. She's nice and tight. Right, so. Right, well that's solved that problem because now I ain't got to worry about. What do I do with the other screws? Oh, I don't know. I can put them in the pot after. This is why I like having a pot of screws because it saves you looking around and other bits. Right, so what I've done, I've put 2 iPads in, identical. Now I know this one works on the CD, the Wi-Fi Saga one. So that's not an issue when it comes to configuration. The only problem I'm going to run into is that I've got a source. I might have to extend the button configuration. I don't think they're going to fit, and it's going to be a really tight. So I might have to redo a longer version. I've got some crimp some new terminals onto it because obviously I'm going to need a player 1 and a select, like a coin, because that's what the idea of these are. You're configuring the arcade. That's in. I ain't worried about these so much. Where's that one? Oh, it's come from up here. Now, obviously, these ones have got 2 extras on here, which you can configure for, I'm pretty sure these are 5 volts LEDs. These could be, or 12 volt, I'm not sure. But you can light them up. So when you press down, obviously the button select is here. These don't press down at all because they're fixed, because this is the idea of you taking the bulb out. Now these would just be generic 5 volt, they would just be a clear connect. These would just be a clear bulb. If you really wanted to, you could take them out and put some fancy LEDs in, which I have got. I've got multi-packs with coloured ones. I've got green, red, blue. I forgot. They're in that box. Because I've got them when I used to do when I've done some of the pinballs in the arcades. And I swapped them out for LEDs to make them brighter. But yeah, that's what these are. That's what these sides are. Just to power these up at front. So, but I'm not bothered. All I want to do is get this configured so I can get this one fully working. Because again, it's just stuck underneath there, and I could really do with, like, you know, just getting rid of it, selling it, get it configured, and then get it sold. So I don't really need it, to be totally honest. Right, so let me see. Yeah, because some of these you have to turn certain ways for it to click. And then the wires, this is why it's like spaghetti junction. This is what I hate. I'm still going to run into the problem that these wires are not going to be long enough to go to them iPacks. I might just have to extend it, because time that this goes on, right, obviously the Pandora's box is not going to be an issue. I've got all the bits to lock all this in underneath, which is not a problem. I can lock that underneath. But I think, you know, if you want to unplug it and get to the back, or what I could have done really is to put this on like a piano hinge, so then it just opens and shuts that way. That could, no, that won't work, because then this is in the way. No, that's the idea of that block. I think what I think I could have done is that I need to put blocks, pin 2 blocks to the side, and then basically do like a key, like a key thing. So then you lift it up this way, and then you can slide it out. Because I think once that locks in, this locks this in anyway, which is not really a problem. So this will still need a little bit of work, but it has given me ideas. I could plot, what I could do is cut a bit of MDF. I've got plenty of bits of MDF. Glue it, pin it, and put it on the locking mechanism. So that way it locks it. This don't go anywhere then on the front. Then it just sits on the front on there. And then that'll lock this into play. That would have been a lot easier to do it. And I'm pretty sure I might even have a lock. It just needs a little bit more. I just want to get this up and running, and then I can do these little bits. Obviously I'll have to take this down to the shed, put it on my bench saw, and then start cutting up some blocks, and then got me nail gun. I'll nail gun it, pin it and glue it. And that just, I've got me spade a bit, drill a hole and put a lock, just with a key, lock it. That would then lock this into place. This won't go anywhere once this is locked down, because that'll load it. Obviously I've got a block bit of wood. Obviously it's going straight across here, so this is not going to be lifted up anyway. You won't be able to take it out. And then if you want to undo it, just undo that side. That then lifts this up. That then will lift that, and you can just take it out. So that would be a great idea. I've got just enough room to put a nice spade block onto that. man, just really, because this only looks around about, what's this, about 5mm, 6mm, looks something like that. Might even be about 5, I would say, guess. See, look, see blocks like this, so I could block it on something like that and then just pin it. And then what you could do after is, once this is all done, then I'll re-sand this down, right, and then give it a good like seal, and then put like vinyl over it, like vinyl cover it. It just makes it a little bit more interesting, because obviously it's like MDF. There's loads of routes you can go down when you're customising arcades anyway. So, but I think it's a good choice to actually go down that route. But it's just getting this bloody thing configured. This is why I always end up running into problem. Always. Yeah, these wires are not going to be long enough. Ideally, what you want is the wire coming from here to here to go over to get it configured. I think that looks more sensible to me, to have it that distance here, what I've got here, because that looks about the length of the wire you want, so you can gain access to it and you're not pinching any wires. So I have got, remember it serves me correctly, I should have, I'm pretty sure. What are these ones like? Are these 2 to 2? Can I go to these? Yeah. No, because they got, these ones have got 3. I need ones that's got 2. Let me have a look, see if I've got any of them. Because I've got 2 missing up this side. I might be alright, because look, these, what are these? 3? What's on the my packs? Oh, they are 3s. The other ones are 2s. The coin select and the others are going to be at the top, so they're going to be 2s, not 3s. Damn. I've even got one there for voltages as well. Like, you can see what voltage is coming out. Obviously, I don't know what I took that off. That come off another arcade. I took this off for voltage. Someone put a voltage thing on here to see if it was putting a certain amount of voltages on. I took it off. It was scrap. I don't even know what I took it off. It come off. I'm pretty sure that might have come off an old arcade one. I think it was someone made one up and it was playing golf, and I took it off because it was going to scrap anyway, and yeah, it was too far gone. We couldn't save it. So I stripped it down and nicked the parts off it. Yeah, I've got loads of these. So we could use some of these, you know. We could use some of these. But are they going to be long enough to go from here to here? Because that's where I've got to have them. I think these do, because look, they've got cable ties. We should be good. If I take them cable ties off. Oh, that one's well. That was a good connector. It just fucking fell off. Fuck, that was a good connector. I literally just touched it. Look, the end connector has just come off it. Well, that wasn't crimped on there too great. This is what I'm saying about, you know, crimping. Obviously, it wasn't supposed to do that. It wasn't supposed to do that. That was an Andy moment. Oh no. Yeah, I think we'd be good. Because if I go to, yeah, because we've got 3 on there, right? That's how it should have had. So you should have had 3, but we only need 2. on that front. It's a shame really they didn't have the two. Is that a 3 or a 2? I need a couple of 2s really. I don't think we got. They're all 3s. Damn it. Solve one problem, and then it comes up with another issue. Got loads of bloody buttons, silver buttons. Mind you, that's a good shout. I've got buttons here I could replace, right? Now obviously these ones are for the bayonet twist. These ones have actually got the 3 connectors straight on. So I could just swap the buttons out and not muck about with them ones on there. Could I actually, are they the same diameter? I might have to take them apart, but I might be able to do a couple of modifications where I can swap these out. This would be easier. Straight onto the connectors. Yeah, that's a good shout. I might be able to do that. I've got loads of these bloody cable ones, and then I don't have to worry about putting crimps on because these ones will plug straight in. The only thing is, and I've got loads of these. Oh, we are. That one's got coin written on it. So I'll have to go through it. So this one could be a coin. Have I got another one of them? Have we got 2 coins? What about a PlayStation? I did see. I've not checked in here. I don't know what I've got. Coin. Oh, that's handy. Right. Well, we've got 2 coins. Have we got 2 players? Like player 1 and player 2. Oh, that'd be super cool. I can swap them straight out. I won't even have to muck about. Oh, look at that. Look. Do you know what? It must have read my mind. There's a player 1. And here's a player 2. Ha! Ha! All right. Happy days. I ain't even got to muck up. So I could just swap all them out. And then, because I don't like the idea of them ones anyway. And then I'll have a coin and a proper one. And then they'll be wired properly. Right. That is super cool. I don't have to plug. You know what it is? Because they're configured to these. With these bayonet connectors. These ones come off pinballs. Pinballs use these type of connectors where they sit on top and light them up. I think that's what I took them off. That's even better. I don't even have to touch. I don't even have to configure them. I've got all fucking. I've got all colours, shapes and sizes. Didn't have any more of them, did I? No, reds. I've got greens. I've got yellows. There's blues. Bloody no. Goes to show. Yeah. So it looks like I've got red, green, blue, and yellow. Right. Got different types as well. Look, there's fucking these types. Tiny, small connector. I don't know what them ones are. There's switches. Well, it doesn't matter. I've got the correct ones. I'm going to swap them out. Right, we'll take these ones out because I ain't got to frig about with these, and I didn't like these ones to start with. So let me take these ones out. Oh, Jesus. All right. They ain't been out. Crying out loud. Right, so see, these ones you have to put like a bayonet connector on. I didn't like them because they're not great. Now, what's this one? A player 2. Right, so where's a player 2 one? Right, player 1, player 2. These, they look fatter. Oh no. Oh right. Well, let's put a pisser on it because now these are fatter. That's why. Yeah, and they're not going to go in. Oh great. Or are they going to go in? Can that screw in? Jesus. No, they're not screwing in. Oh, for crying out loud. That's why they put them in there. Because obviously, There's different thickness grades. That's slightly thicker and these are slightly thinner. That one's got wiggle room. This one don't have no wiggle room. Thought I might be able to screw them in or something. No. Oh, bloody hell. Chopsticks. Right. Oh, God. Straight away it's turned into a problem. You know, sort one issue out and you think, oh, right, great, lovely, I can put them in. Yeah, no, I can't. Obviously, that always just needs a tad bit. It just needs a tad bit. These shaving off. It won't even screw in. I thought, oh, can you screw these in? Yeah, do you know what? That ain't done bad, you know. I think they will, you know. But you just needed a little bit of tightening up on that. Like shaving off on the sides. That would have enough made my job a lot bloody easier. I thought, oh great, lovely. I think these are screwing in, but it's super tight and I don't really... You know what'll happen? You'll get halfway and then it'll just stop and then you won't get them out or take them. Put them in or take them out. Right, I don't think I've got my wide... Let me have a look for my wide spat bit to see if it'll go in there. Damn it. I honestly thought, oh great, lovely, I've got a player one. It's all configured and then all I have to do is just plug it straight in. Yeah, knew that would happen. Where was that bloody... That's what I bought these bits for. I'm sure I bought them for this. Yeah, I did. I bought one of them. And these connectors are supposed to go over and magnetise your screwdriver. Which are these. They're supposed to just slot over. Like that. And then the idea is, when you've got a screw, right, so what you're supposed to do is slot this over, right, and this is magnetised. What you're supposed to do is magnetise the screw. Let me grab a screw, see if that's true or not. Small screw? Yeah. Does it stick? No, it don't bloody do anything. Great. And I bet you've got... yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to magnetise. Because look, that's a magnet. And then what you're supposed to do is draw the magnet up. Perhaps this is... No. But how good it is. I'll leave it on anyway. I thought it was supposed to magnetise it. Unless it's designed for shorter ones, not for the long ones on here. Because once it hooks over, and I've got a shorter one of these, and I bet that's what it is. It sits near the tip to keep it magnetised on. Right, anyway. No, I've got to draw the spader bit out and see if I can shave that off ever so slightly. I've still got to get these out. God, these have never... Yeah, these have never been out. These were in when I got them. When I got the unit. I didn't bother taking them out. Yeah, it's probably the reasons why. That one's loose. I can take that one out. That's the player one. That's going to have the same problem. Yeah, I didn't realise these were actually wider spade parts actually on here. Damn it. Alright. Let me grab the spade part and see if I can try and widen the gap. baby, she's got it. No, it's not for you, Bronx. Right, this is the Spader part, right? You can go for anything with these. Steel, plastic, wood. That's what it is. It's called a step up. Or that's because it don't step down, it steps up. So you can take a small part and then step it all the way up. Now, looking at that wide one, you know, I would say what you're supposed to do, you've got numbers at the side, right? So it goes all the way up to a 32 gauge on the width. So what you do, you look and you eyeball it and you get roughly the size you want. And I'm going to say that is a 20, between a 26 or a 28 or 24. I'll go 24. No, it's already at 20. No, so it's got to be a 28. And when it does, I bet that's right for a 28. I bet that goes straight in. Fuck me, that's still tight for a 28. MDF. I want it tight because I don't want it too loose. No. Very dusty 20-inch. It should just pop in. No, it's still not going in. Damn it. No. Oh, you know why? Because you ain't done the other side, you Wally. You've got to do both sides. You won't go right through. There you go. Does she go? Look at that. 28. Nice snug fit. Right. There you go. That's a 28. So it was a 28 fit. And it's nice and snug. That ain't going nowhere. Right. All I need to do then is do that 4 times. The thing is, the dust that you get out of it. And then I won't have to worry about them connectors ever coming off of moving it. Now I can still put, yeah, that's absolutely fine. So if I did want to put the original one back to this, which is going to be one of these, it will still go through, but it'll just wiggle about until you tighten it up. Obviously, but that's the idea of the lip. It just about takes it up. That's why you don't want to go too mad with taking these off. Like, you know, adjusting them. Because you won't be able to add to it otherwise. Well, you can. You'll have to use epoxy, and you don't want to use that. Or threaded tape. Bit of thread to take the gap up. Like gas tape, something like that. Fuck me, these ain't coming off. These are stuck solid. That look good they're gonna do. Alright, where's my pliers? Yeah, you go. Once you loosen them, it ain't so bad. So you got to do both sides. Oh, great! Now I'm getting covered in dust. Right. minus the dust everywhere. Right, you can always get the Hoover out. And don't breathe in. Don't breathe in the fumes, they're not good. Right. Right. I'm getting confused with all these bloody connectors there. Right, that ain't for that one. Right, let's put these away. Because I don't need these ones. These can go back in the arcade box. Now, this is player 2, so I don't really want player 2. Because that's going to be up here. Player 1, player 2. Well, I suppose it's down to personal preference. You could have player 1, player 2, but I've always kept it from the left-hand side going to the right-hand side. But then, what if you was right-handed? Yeah, that's a good shout. You're probably right. So we had a plain one there. Don't know what that one was used for. Obviously, I did look in a box then, with all these bloody components everywhere. I think what I had, I did have a coin. I just had a player 1 and a player 2. These ones are proper coin ones. It says coin on there. Shame that I couldn't use the 360. That's all I say. So I would have liked to use that. Right. Anyway. Yeah, that pushes straight in there. Right, and it's nice and snug. Make sure she's straight. I hate wonky things. Yeah, that's nice and straight. Cool. And you only, I only got to nip that by hand because there's no way on God's green earth that's coming out. That's just not. Right, does the coin go in? Should do. Yeah, just screw it in. Yeah, there you go. I turn the coin. Cool, I'll tell you what. You want to fucking put the back on that. It's nice and tight. That's obviously created like a thread. There you go. There's the coin. That's it. So we've got player 1 and coin. Or you can leave it on free play. But what I'll do, I'll leave it. I won't put it. I'll take it off free play and put it on as a coin system. It would be a lot easier because then you just have to press that if you want to add a coin to it. Because if you leave it on free play, then all you have to do is just press player 1. It bypasses the coin. But you know, you want to emulate as an arcade. So the idea is to have your free credits, press the coin when you run out. Now, the good aspect is that you could connect this up to a coin door mechanism that which you can put on the side of it. They do sell them. They're about 45 quid, I think, give or take. Cut the mechanism out, and then you connect the coin. You could actually then, you won't need a coin door. You won't need this, the coin, as a button. Then the mechanism at the side acts as a coin. So as soon as you put 10 pence or a coin or a token or something in, it then activates. But it's what route you ever go down. It's how far you want to go with these builds. You know, it all starts working out to some serious money. Right, now I'm going to have to move this. God, Jesus. Right, well this ain't coming off. This one ain't been done. Come on. Perhaps it knows it don't want to come out because I'm going to be upgrading it. You know what I could have done with a bloody big pair of grips? Yeah, I think I've done it. There you go. Done it. Cool. She's out. Yeah, I had to come out. bung that in the box and mount the holes. So it was a 28 bit. So what was it down? What was it down to then? So it was a 26 bit. So them ones are 28s. I think they only done two sizes. I think they only done 26 or 28. They didn't do an in between. And I think that's. Or the other ones was. Or was they? Was that a 24? I think it might have been a 24. Oh great, now this is in the frigging way. Hold up, Dick. And I don't want to put this. There you go. That's now out of the way. I've got to do this dead flat. I don't want to put this at an awkward angle. Well, it's enough getting up. That's the only thing, you've got to make sure you put these, I think that's it there. Fucking dust everywhere, Jesus. Half it's gone on me. I don't know what's worse, Bronson's glue. Andy says, don't worry. He said your mat will end up going dull anyway. It won't be shiny. I took that off in 30 seconds. I've got half of the, I've got probably years worth of MDF just scattered halfway across the table and across me instead. Yeah, obviously sounds about right. So I still need to make a little bit of a modification to this cab. Not a lot though. God, I mean, that was a 28 bit and it's still tough. That's why I like doing, when I used to do the cabs, I like taking just a little bit off at a time. So it's a snug fit. You want it as a snug fit. That's why I don't mind doing DIY. I love it. I love doing a bit of DIY. I was always good at that. I weren't too bad at it. Then I started getting into doing brick when I worked on bricklaying and other bits and pieces, and I started learning to do that. God, fuck. What? Oh, that's not... Yeah, coin. Jesus, do you know what? That's screwed in. I don't even have to tighten that. That's only going hand tight. And that's no exaggeration. That's as snug as you're ever going to get it. That's coming out. You'll have to drop it to break it. But these ones are a lot easier because then I could just plug in the connector straight in at the back. Now that iPack's working with that Pandora's box. Yeah, that one's a lot easier. Yeah, player 1 and player 2. Now all I need to do now is clean this out. Alright. And then start getting the cables. Jesus Christ, look at the mess of me. I've made a right mess in here. Oh, I have, seriously. I'm covered, absolutely covered in dust. Well, guys, you can see, when you say you get covered, DIY is not great to do it on a table, and there's years worth of dust on here. Obviously, where I've drilled that with a spade bit, fucking gone literally everywhere. all over the floor. I think half it's on me. I think I've took most of it. Looks like I've absorbed most of the dust in here. No, I mean, I solved that problem. Get you over it. Right, let's have a quick brush up. It's even around the back of my trousers, Jesus. Right, brush time. Let's brush all this dust off. Yeah, that's definitely well, that's a lot better now because now I ain't so dusty. I think I still got some dust on here now. Half of it's still on the table. Right, leave that there. Right, put the brush back. Right, so what we should have now, we should now have 20. What was that? 20 what? What? Was that a 28? 28. So I've stepped it up from a 26. So I went from 26 to a 28 bit. To step up for them to go in. Now, it was only on these because the others are pre-drilled for 26s. So I only needed player 1 coin, player 2, which I've got. So these should be now as easy, just plug and play, which they are. Straight in, and I've got a nice length of cable. I don't have to do no modification on it. Plug it straight in on the board. Sorted. Makes my job a damn sight more bloody easier. Right. Yeah, they're all about the same lengths, look. So these are all coming up about the same lengths, give or take. So yeah. Perfect, absolutely spot on to what I wanted. So I've now got to do that side. So I can source another 2. They're all about the same length, these cables. They're not shorter, they're not longer. These only go in one way because they've got a notch cut out. So we've got one there. So we've got notches cut out on the top. So you can't put these back to front. Cool. Right. That then gives player 1. So what I need to do then is now plug this back in, configure coin and button 1. That's now clamped back in because I've put screws on this, so this clamps in, so this don't rattle around. I measured it all out on that front. On that front. What's some of me sayings on there? Right. Now the only snag is which one's a coin, because the others are going to be turbo and all that. I'm not bothered about turbo, just want to select coin up. So we've got these plugged in. So I think what I've got to do next then, I knew this was going to be a 5-minute process. Just knew it. I think that. Where's that coin bit gone? Yeah, I won't need. Oh yes, you will need that. You will definitely need that. Right, let me plug that back in. Because that's got to go back to the reflector board. Otherwise you won't get nothing coming out. Right, turn that off. Right. Sorry guys. Does she plug it in? Yay! Cool. The wire's come off the back. So let me move this forward so it gives me a little bit of extra room. Oh god damn, that is dusty as hell. This is going to need a really good clean when it's all configured. Right. Now we've got power back to that. Now I've got to plug this into the back of the Pandora's box. Where is it? Oh, it's over here. Right. So back in the Pandora's box. Audio and video's got to go in. And then I think the pack, I think player 1 and player 2 is at the side. I think these are your player 1 because there's nothing on the back of it. All you've got is internet, SPDIF, audio in, HDMI out, and your 12 volt. So you would only have player 1, player 2 anyway. It's not a 4-player option. That's probably why they've done it. But at least I know these coder packs are working. So I've got to put in audio, and where's the? Have I got a joystick plugged into that one? No, I bloody ain't. Great, lovely. Where is it? Yeah, this is it. Yep. So I need another one of these. Cool. Okie dokie. Right, let me plug in the audio. This audio's got to come out. It's got to go straight into here. And then we can plug that in. Switch her on. She's on. I can then switch this on. The only thing is put it on standby. Damn it. Unless I unplug the bloody TV. No, I wouldn't, because the TV's plugged in. Yeah, that is it. It's obviously just might take a little bit of a power trick. Yeah, that is it. There you go, green. And then it went to red. Great. So now I've got to dig out the bloody controller for it. Right. Good damage. Yep, might have to pull the controller. I'll have to see if I've got the controller out for it, because now it's put itself in standby mode and there's no on or off on there. You have this TV has to be manually done by a controller. Now I have got boxes of controllers because I ain't used this for a while. It's created a new problem because now it's switched off and I can't switch it on. God damn it. It's not remembered in the last state. So now I've got to go through all my controllers. I know which one it is if I see it. Right. Let me have a look. No. One there. Nope, it ain't that one. That's for Sony. Pretty up. So ain't none of these. Okay, what was that one off? It is a controller. I don't even know what that one was on. Alright. I'm not going to be in here. Let's put it into standby mode. What's that doing there? Right, there's no controllers in here, so it's got to be in the other box with the controllers. Oh no. Right, I think not in my right, bear with guys, because obviously I've now got to go hunting for the controller because it's giving me a new headache. There's another box of controllers down here. Where are they? Are they in here? I think these are. Yeah, they are. They're all in this box. All together. Right. So. LG. This could be it. Another Harman. No, that's it. I know by that writing. But the batteries gone fucking skew with. Bet the batteries aren't. Bet the batteries dead. I didn't even know I left batteries in here. Where's my tester? Can I call you Mister? Pepe Junior Bonner. What are you getting? Right. Full. It could be this one. No, it's one of these. Let me switch her on. No, it ain't that one. Sandwich. It's got to be this one. It was one of these that looks very familiar. Now I know that it operated it. We weren't on none of the others. this one, will it? I've got an order for one. That's a Technics. Fucking controllers. I've got all these controllers. I don't know what's what. That's for a Sony PlayStation. Panasonic. What's that one? That looks like it's off a Yamaha. That looks like for a digital camera. What? No, I'm sure this was the one. Where's my phone? Let's just see if it's outputting on the... No, it's not outputting. Yeah, this is the controller for it. That's why it's not doing everything. It is. This is the controller for it. I know it's the controller for it. I'm not getting no output from it. If that's the case, I'm going to be screwed. Big time. I just tested these screws. I did test these batteries. They did say and it was fully... Yeah, they're full. Let me swap that one. One's just a little bit under. That one's full. Ah, there you go. It was the right one. If it wasn't making a connection, just turn it on. Cool. I knew it. I bloody knew it. Right, keep that out. I knew I had it. There you go. She's back up and running. So, it was. I'm going to keep that in there. I knew it. I knew I had the battery. I knew it was going to be probably like something like a battery issue. Right, cool. Anyway, we found. I thought for a minute I'm going to be screwed here because it's the only screen I've got for it. I don't want to start swapping screens out. It's going to give me an headache, which I don't need. So I'll keep the controller for it. Right. Leave the controller in there. Wouldn't hurt. Now I've got an iPack here. I'll put the iPack away. Right, now should just be down to configuration. Oh god. Yeah, this is going to be fun. Right. First thing I need to do then is plug this one in. If I can do one, then all I need to do is reverse it onto the other iPack. We should have a player 1 and player 2. Right. Fucking cable's a bit long now. Right. Now, that just come up configured. Yeah. We got left and right, So that's all working hunky-dory. Right. So if that's the case, now all I need to find out now is player 1. Let's source a player 1. Oh, it's lighting up. It's actually lighting up. Look, it's lit that up because it's the proper connector for it. So I don't even have to put power to that. Oh, that's nice. They're all lighting up. Nice. Right. And I could just press it to find out which one does what. Tekken 5. No, that's not doing that one. That's nice. One of these is going to be for bloody coin or start. Ah, Tekken. This could be it. Arcade. That looks like that's done it. So it's this one, free from the end. Now it says, now this is where it could be down to configuration. Right, that's free from the end. Now what I can do now is go back from the beginning, because one could be a start and one could be a select. Then I'll know. Ah, network. Would you like to challenge? Send in request. Preparing for battle. Well, I can't select anything on there. That ain't that one. It ain't that one. It ain't that one. It's picking it out for me. Yeah, this looks like it. Now loading. Well, that's interesting because it's now operating her. Because it's 2-player. Well, that looks like that's back to front. What? What? Yeah, kick. So what's this one do? I'm trying to go through them. That continues or exits the game. That's interesting. Right. Syncing. Sandwich. So it's free from the end. Oh, excuse me, sorry. No, that takes that to that menu. Not very clicky though. I mean, you ain't got the click on these like the other ones. Yeah. Well, they don't seem to really be doing a lot, to be totally honest. I was expecting that to be... Alright, let's try a button then. Let's try one of these buttons. Where's that button? Alright, okay. Is that the top or the bottom one? God damn it. No. You have to push a lot of buttons. Right, that goes to blue. I'm going to leave it on blue as a mode select. Right, I'm going to plug this one back in and try it again. I don't know what the blue versus the red means. I just don't... I ain't got a clue. That brings it to that option. Obviously, I brought that up. It's got a network error and I can't come out of it. Alright. Try one of these on a... Where is it? Where's this button? Where's the top button? Yeah, give me that top one. That'll do. Let's try the top button. It's got to be on the bloody button connect. No. That's not coming out of it, to be totally honest, no. These could be... right, so it ain't none of the bottom ones, right? That won't reset at the bottom. Hey, follow the schematics maybe. I can't even pull it up, Pab. I don't even know where the bloody schematics is. Obviously, these iPacks were causing a lot of problems. I'm trying to come out. The iPacks that I had on originally wasn't even working as Pandora's box. I tried it on the 360. No, can't do it. It's got to be... It's button configuration. I bloody know it is button config. I don't know what the blue versus the red means. That's really weird. I couldn't even get... This is the issue that I was running into. Obviously... with all these wires going into the iPack, for players configuration from 1 to 2, obviously I want this as player 2, but I'm just having a look to see if it was a button that I can turn this message off the screen, because obviously I've got a button here and it's not. So the only other way is turn it off, turn it back on. I want to get configured when it comes to I've got the, don't know where the player 1 and the coin and the player 1 is, because again the iPacks, these iPacks obviously they've all got like different configurations, because you're emulating an arcade stick. That's what you're running into. Pandora's boxes, it does say that you can go into it, but you've got to get it configured. Now, I've got the joystick working. Well, it did do. Yeah. So I've got joystick working, right? Categories working and searches working. That's configured. Button configuration. That's where it gets me. Right. Now, this is where you're thinking, oh, hold up a minute. Now, I ain't got none of the other ones, but there was a blue. You've got like a blue config on there, and then you've got a button for, where was it? Was it up here? Yeah, we are. So you can go red or blue. What the friggin' hell is that for? I haven't got a clue, and it don't even come up. It just flicks from red to blue. Is one an analog? I don't know. Again, I can't seem to pull. There's over 3,500 games on it. It's ridiculous. It's got MAME and all the others on it. It's literally, it's just getting the buttons now configured to the pack, and then that's it. Once I configured it, it saves on the actual Pandora's Wi-Fi. You don't have to do anything, but it's getting, you're configuring this as a joystick. So you've got 6 buttons and another 2 buttons, which I suppose you can eliminate of what's what, but I missed this little book. But this is what I'm saying. I'm trying to. Right, so I'm trying to look for a player 1. I'm pretty sure that went all the way down to 3rd from the bottom. Yeah, it does. So that boots this, that button now, that configured 3rd from the bottom is like a player 1. But it says on there, push the start button for player 1. You press it again and it won't start. So obviously, one's got to be for, there's got to be another one now for to start it. So that was a select. So really what I should have had then is pulled that one out, right? Push that to select, right? Yeah. And then, now this one to start it. Is that right? I'm pretty sure it is. One's a select. So Coin would select it. And then the others would be for, the others would be for your fire button. That's what I need to test. If I know where these go in a coder pack, then I know roughly one of these is going to be for like a play. Right, that brings it up to continue game and exit. There you go. That one there. 3rd from the top and 3rd from the bottom. There you go. Right, well that makes it interesting. But I still got no up and down, left and right, because obviously it's not configured. But that should, if I turn that off now and restart that, that's now the start of the Coin should select it and the player 1 should start it. I think that sounds about right. That's how you configure these. And then the buttons then can go on to in here, which will give you a fire and your special abilities. Right, so yeah, metal slug. So if I press Coin don't do nothing, right? So then I press player 1. No, that just shifted it over. Oh, right, yeah. Coin 1, it did. I didn't press it all the way in. Press it again. Because a coin would be like a select. Press the start button. Now, if I press player 1, it does. It starts it, but again, no joystick. And then press coin to select it. So, oh, right. It just takes it out. And then press it again. Yeah. If I go coin, it just comes out. Yeah, it does. Right, okay. Well, that's interesting. Right, let's try some of these button configurations then. Let's take some of these out and plug some of these in to see if these actually do anything. And then I can try, where is it? Where's that one? So if I press that, and now press one of these, and now this will give me, should give me, no, that ain't that one. No, ain't that one. That brings up. No, it's not that one. No. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, they don't work that way. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the schematics of. One of these is obviously like for fire buttons and other things on there, but one should be a select. One should be. Yeah, that's not booting. None of them. Ah, there you go. Single. Right, the bottom one on there then is a select. Right, interesting. So right, that looks like now, but I still ain't got no up and down, left and right. But I can go single player. I've still obviously got no left, right, up and down, but I bet that's because I ain't gone into configuration. But it is sort of working. Let's see if I've got movement on there. That's acting as a jump. That brings up a menu. That's acting as a jump. Right, well, interesting. So then, okay, what about another button? If I plugged another button in and go next to it, is that a fire button? One of these is going to be a fire button. No. Bloody iPads are a nightmare to set up. Oh yeah, fire button. So one's a fire button, that one's now a fire button. So the way I've configured it is that we've got three. The third one for the back is like a player 1. That one there is a fire button. That one's a select, and that one there looks like a coin. Yeah, so I'm not sure, but it's obviously it's got removed before I sort of put a link in it. But I dropped 10 cents into a Broken Tech to GoFundMe. It shows anonymous. $10. I put a link. But it got removed. But I posted it. Obviously, it's like the Broken Tech GoFundMe. Oh, what in the thing? You can do that. It takes. You just have to refresh it, Sloth. It does come up, my friend. I donated that. I posted £10 for the Broken Tech for the children's charity. But yeah, if you click on it, but if you refresh it, it should show up, and I can double check that. Give me 1 minute. Let me see if that actually works. Yeah, it's that iPad. It's obviously working, the iPad, but bloody button configuration is mental. Let me go back to, let me have a quick look. Give me 1 minute and I can go in to see if you've, donates you've made retro, because obviously me and Mr. Pico, Pico set this up, but it's a joint thing from me and Mr. Retro on there. So it says on there. So what you could do is refresh the page. Yeah, the GoFundMe ones, if I go to your, it's actually locked me out. Damn it. Yeah, there you go. Fundraising. You can wait, but it's becoming responsive, or exit the page. Right, so exit the page, reload it, and then obviously now it'll let me go into it. Yeah, I donated, I put £10 in, and donations you've made. Now if you go into, wow. It has come up though, because obviously it's come up to 40. It was 45, now up to 52. So yeah, it is coming up, but it keeps coming up. You've become, you can wait, but it's become responsive, or exit the page. So I'm going to exit the page. It could be the actual thing itself. So let me go back into the GoFundMe. And then I can go into the 13 links, and then it's got the GoFundMe page, and then I can click. Wow. Well, for some reason it's taking a lot longer than usual to try and actually go into it. Damn it. Donation is protected. Yeah, it won't let me click on it at the minute. It keeps coming up, you have to wait for the page. So obviously I don't know if they're actually doing that. Well, yeah, it is working though, so it should have. Yeah, he's just wanted to say that thanks for letting us know for me. Yeah, I mean, it is coming up, but I'm having a problem trying to gain access to the page. It keeps coming up wait, like on that front, because normally me and Mr. Pico's got joint rights over the website, and when I click on it, it's not letting me click on anything. It just keeps coming up page unresponsive on that. Tell you what I could do, right? I'll try. Let me just copy the clean link, right? And then I will try. It could be the actual web page browser itself. And then let me see if this actually. Yeah, right. It's going to ask me to bloody sign in. Yeah, no, I'm not going to sign in because obviously I don't want to go for all the history on that. It's bloody annoying now because Vance, don't start. Why do you start? Right, there you go. View. Yep, anonymous. It's come up. Let me quickly show you what it's come up. Right, yeah, it has come up. It just takes a little while for it to come up. Right, so I'm gonna put the camera up from here, right, and you can actually see because I ain't got the thing set up, and I'll show you. So you can actually see that yours comes up anonymous on that front. That was 11 minutes ago, which comes to £7. Yeah, thanks my friend, that is really very nice. So yeah, it does come up. It just takes a little while for it to refresh because it has to go through a third-party server on that front. But the money goes to it. Yeah. So yeah, peace. So far, you, me, Pico, and Mr. PCDD donated to it. So we're up to about 51. We've got a long way to go, but we are getting there. That's probably what I'll end up doing with this. If I can get this properly configured, because I'm not. It's been sat underneath there. I'll probably auction this off, and the money will go to the children's charity. Like a lot of stuff. I've got a lot of gear I need to put. Yeah, you should put a link in the disc. It has got a link in here, no? Obviously, I'm not up to 500 subs. When you're up to 500 subs, YouTube opens up another big chunk when you want to put links and donations in. But obviously, I'm not there yet. Until you reach 500, then you can have affiliated links. You could put a proper PayPal thing set up, which I can't do at the moment. I tried and it says your subs are not up there at the minute, so it won't allow. So the only way to do it is that I had to take one of the other listers out and put the children's charity right at the bottom, because that's the only way it could let me do it. But the link, at least the link is in now. You know, so you just click on the link and it will take you directly to that page. At least it let me do that until I'm up to 500, and then I could officially do it. I mean, Pico is Mr. Pico is obviously nowhere near what I'm up to at the moment. So, but yeah, getting this configured. Yeah, I have like links on my stream in description. Do you? I mean, Sloth. Literally, at least. Well, I thought I did. Right. YouTube's really weird lately. I don't know what's going on. And I'm not the only one that's said it, because, you know, he's had issues, I think, with all this AI that's going on. Oh, bloody hell, Bronson, you're off, ain't you? Yeah, don't start, Dick. So, right, if I remember then, we've got on the games, right, I've got loads of games on there. There's Mega Man, right? So, I like Mega Man. So, if you press... Right, well that's obviously not that one. That's like a select. So, if I go to Mega Man, press the coin, it boots up. Right? Now this one, look, it's working. Now it's funny, isn't it? Now some of the games, obviously it wasn't. So if I press player 1, it now boots the game up. And now I've got, obviously it's all in Chinese now. I wonder if I can change that. If I go in it. Right, so now I should be able to press player 1 again, and it should select the game. Which it does. But I've got no audio. Why have I got no bloody audio? Right. Yeah, for some reason I've got no audio coming through. Yeah, Mega Man's working. So the iPad's doing its job. I think it's down to configuration now. And I reckon also this ain't helping as well. Because I should have had audio. We've got no audio. Let me turn it off and turn it on, see if we've got any audio coming through. Can you, it's like, no audio at all. No. Right, well that's interesting. So we've got no audio coming through any of this. And that is that because I didn't turn it up? No, ain't operating that bloody TV. Damn it. So we've got no audio coming through. Really, what I needed to find is the original controller for this, which I have got, because I found the original controllers. Plug the original controller in so I can get in a configuration, because I don't even know how to get in a configuration. Because obviously the iPad's not set up properly, and then if I can get in configuration, then go to a button test on the configuration, and then I can configure it properly with the iPad. That's what I really need to do, because obviously I've got a couple of buttons working, so these ones are now working. I think otherwise I'm going to be chasing my tail, going round and round in bloody circles trying to get this configured. Obviously it's time consuming. This is why it's sat underneath the bleeding table for years, because obviously it's getting round to sorting it out. So I need to source the controllers, which should ain't going to be in that box. Right, well I don't need these anymore. Well, that's one good aspect. Don't need them. Not yet. Now don't start me, Dad. Leave him alone. You're being a pain today. What's the tube of that doing in here? Right. Where's all the bloody controllers? Are they all in here? No, I think them controllers are not for that. They're all for Xboxes. I've got a box of other controllers. Ah, what's this? Is this one of them? Ah, this could be one of them. There you go. It's going to be one of these bloody Chinese ones. So it's obviously a knockoff that looks like a PlayStation, and I'm sure that's what come with it. But obviously I got mixed up over time. It's going to be like something like this, like a knockoff PlayStation one. Yeah, because it comes up analog. Yeah, look, it's working it. I know it sounds a silly question. Let me just have a quick look to see if this actually works. Should be able to just plug it in and play. If this operates it, then clearly this is what, it's one of these controllers. Yeah, look, it's operating it. So it is options. Options. Save and load, auto fire. So yeah, this looks like it then. But I've still got no audio. Top one, so single or network. Yeah, so it is this. Beginner. Look, and I can select all the character. Damn it. Right. So, oh, that's handy, because now I've got the original controller. Now I can get it into configuration. But I also want to get why we've got no audio coming out. Let's see if that actually does play. Yeah, look, analog, or the thing on it. So yeah, this is working it. Yeah, so at least I know that this is now working. Yeah, but got no audio. Right, right, exit B, save, yeah, B. Right, let's exit the game. Right, how do you actually try to get into, there's got to be a menu, like a hidden menu or something like that. Right, because if I can get in here, then I can configure the iPack. So you've got start to select your game, up and down to select. Oh, there is sound. So, and that's wired in direct. So why haven't you got no sound turned up on that? That's interesting. Mickey Mouse. Yeah. Start would select that. But there's got to be a way to actually get into... I wish I had the bloody instructions. Enough make it easier. Feels like we've got no audio now. It's not, something's not right with this box. The volume's turned down. How the friggin' hell do you turn the volume up? But I wish I could have got the information on that, because that would have then given me the schematics. Because we've got no audio coming out and it's plugged in directly. But you just heard it select, so I know this is working. And also, how do you get into button config? There's got, I mean, this controller is working it. Exit game. Carmageddon. Oh, it's Carmageddon 64. Oh, nice. The only thing is, there's no sound on this at all. And I don't know how to get into the button config. If you press start, it takes it to search. We got Dreamcast on there. Bloody hell! You got look like you've got a couple of others. PlayStation. So you've got PlayStation Network on it. So it looks like you've got PlayStation. I don't know what these ones are. Killer Instinct. You sure that ain't like? What was Killer Instinct? That weren't for the N64, was it? I'm pretty sure that was. Yeah, I think that is. I think that's an N64 emulator. No, if I press start, it just takes me right back. No. 3 just loads the game up. But we've got no audio. Press on there and it says B to exit, but it's not bringing up. I might have to try and Google. There's a reset button, but it just resets the whole thing. What about if I hold the reset? Ah, there you go. Reset. There you go. Now I'm into the settings. Oh, nice. Right, key settings. Yeah, see? Coin. Free play. Right, 1-on-1. That means 1 coin versus 1 player. Or you can have 2 coins for 1 player. 3 coins. 4, 5, 7 coins. 8, 9. Now you can go on to like one coin for 2 players. So I need really 1 coin for 1 player. 1-on-1. Right, exit mode. Start and coin together. Ah, right, okay. Long press menu. So start and coin. Obviously to restart it. Exit after 3 minutes. This is what I wanted to get into. Because look, you've got modify. You've got all like modify settings. So right. Look, select mode after insert coin. So no, well, you don't want that, do you? Right, load HD. No, you don't want scan lines. We want HD. Language, English. Enter game settings. Right, 1 coin for 3 minutes. One coin for 60 minutes. So you can time then of your time game prices. So 60 minutes, that's an hour, isn't it? No, we don't know. So what you really need then is 1 coin for 30 minutes. Force time games out, force all time games out. You can enable that. Edit your favourite list, delete your favourite games. Games notice. You've got a timed notice strategy. I haven't got a clue. Right. So we've got D. C. Right, that goes back. That's interesting. Right, the language is in English. Oh, I see. You can actually alter it actually in there. Right, okay. That then goes back, and now it comes up insert coin. So what we need then is that setting to go back, which brings this back up. Exit mode, right, so really key settings, that's it. I want to go into key settings. So if I go into that, IO test, there we go. I knew it, I bloody knew it. So we got gamepad settings, and look, it's picking up Dragon Rise USB stick for player 2. This is what's plugged in. Player 1, Monochrome Tech USB joystick for player 1. So what we want to do then is select that, and then you can pick which if you want to modify it. Right, so we need to come back from that. Right, that's the gamepad settings. Gamepad utility wizard, refine keys. So what we need then is a refine test. Now it's bringing up. Now I can get to what I need. Now this makes it a lot better, because now I can test. This is what I wanted to get into, which I couldn't get into before. So now I can get in and configure the iPack, which will be A, B, C, D, E, F, up, down, left and right, coin and home. Now they're the two I really need the most, because that's how you reset it. Right, this is configured for player 2. Why is it doing that? This is a player 2 selection. I didn't really want it as a player 2. Ah, would that be? Now, this is where it could be the blue versus the red. could be an explanation for this, because obviously, right, let me plug in this one and I can go into here and plug into that. Right, now let me press. No, it's still going player 2. So this seems to be configured wrong. So that blue button versus the red button is obviously not doing nothing. That could be a disabled. It could be a disabled feature, but no, it's obviously not. Damn it. Right, okay. Then let me come back out of this. Right, press one player button and A to start. There you go. Right, gamepad settings. Right, I'm going to need to swap this over to player 1 and that to player 2. Right, let's try that. Right, come out of that. Now let's go back into that. Let's try that again and see if that's done it. Yay! Right, I had it back. It was back to front. Right, so now if I press the button, it's now coming up on the start section on the screen. So if I press it, it's now coming up start. Coin. What was it? So we really want coin. So that's a start. So that's wrong straight away. But now we've obviously got part of it configured. God, what a nightmare. Right, okay. So now what I need to do then is take these off and now need to find coin and home. Now that makes it a lot easier. Right, coin. Right, that's not a coin one. No. Start. No. Pause. No. Select. No. No, that's a select. R1. No. That's coming up as F. No. That's coming up as E. Jesus. That's C. That's B. Bloody Nora. Seriously? That's D. Right. Well, that's interesting, because it ain't none of them. Literally none. Right, and then it's got to be at the top then. Or perhaps this one don't have it. I don't know. Right, okay. So I'll take one of the top ones. Right, the red ones are going to be power, so it's not going to be them. So let's see which ones. Right, ain't going to be that. Ain't going to be none of that. No, none of that. Great. I bet this iPad don't have it. No, it bloody well don't. That's a bummer. I was expecting that to bloody work. Told you, it's these bloody iPads again. All we got is... So we can't select a coin. Well, that's why the idea of selecting a coin. I've got to start. That's pause for player 2. I don't know why that's coming up as player 2. That's a select. R1. That's coming up F. E. C. Yeah, we can't seem to get a coin. B. No, the last one is a D. It's picking up all of them, so the only ones it can't pick up It can't pick up. It can't pick up, like, it makes no difference with the blue versus the red. It can't pick up the coin and it can't pick up the arm. Well, how are you supposed to configure that then? Okay. Could that still be down to the pack itself that could be causing the issue? Damn it. I didn't give that a thought. Yeah, that could still be a part of a problem. Where's that original iPad that I took out? Because I took the original one out, thinking because it wasn't working it. But now I've got into the menu. Oh God, what an absolute nightmare! What's this? Oh, for fucking crying out loud. Look, guess what I found? Fuck me. Look what I just found in the bloody box. Fuck. User manual, LSB guide. Lovely. It goes to show I didn't bloody look, did I? And that's the ones I've got on. Obviously, I didn't look at that. I went, oh, that's alright, there's a load of crap in that box. Obviously, I didn't give that a deep thought, where I've just had a look and thought, hang on a minute. The word Wally comes to mind. Right, let me have a look to see what these are. Right. This really helps because these are the ones I've got in. Ah, right. These are for the Raspberry Pi Dual Arcade. That's probably why. So these are for Raspberry Pi setups. Damn it. Right, pin 2, the joystick needs to be separate in the directions. Right, and that's interesting. Right at the bottom, download MAME or other emulators to work with the controller. All the ROMs are configured need to be finished in the emulator to cut the layout. Well, there's a phone number on there, but I very much doubt it. Right, pins 5 and pin 2. Right, use slot to pin 5 joysticks with an adapter, a JSHX adapter for more Japanese sticks. Oh God, excuse me. So it looks like these are right. So so they're 5 volts. The red ones are 5 volts. Looking at this, and then you've also, but this looks like this also does player 2 as well, because players 2 slots you've got up, down, left, and right, and that does make sense. While I was plugging it in, I thought, why is player 2 working? So you can configure this all on one joystick, loop it straight over, and link it directly from one side to the other. It's a 12 button interface. Jesus. That's why. But that's USB-B. If you've been working hard to solve with problems with the LED wiring, new button layer interface. You've got an auto turbo and the mode terminals. 6 to 1 are output of 5 volts, so it is a 5 volt. So it looks like these were for the Raspberry Pi. Damn it. Now these are the ones I took out, which are these ones here. Again, completely different pin layout, but I think these must all do the same. So what we could do is, for the time being, is unplug that, right? Plug that in. Now we've got a blue light. Right, I just want to see if this one gives me coin and home together. It's the only way I'm going to be able to find out. Now this one's different compared to the one I've just took off. It's completely different. Well, that don't do nothing. That's not doing nothing. That's a start. I think they're all going to be the bloody same, aren't they? That's pause for player 2. Select. Yeah, it looks it. I reckon these are for Raspberry Pis. R1. Yeah, it's pulling out the same bloody pin layout. F. It is. Try E. Yeah. So this could be another Raspberry Pi. Damn it. Yeah, it is. No coin select on there at all. So I can't select this as a coin. Right, let's try and take one of the buttons. So this one looks identical to what I took off. Gamepad connected. What? That cuts it off. Gamepad connected. So that's a cut off. Don't know what that is. One of these could be a start and select. Like a coin or something. I don't know. Nothing. Nothing. This is probably why then I can't use the... I thought I could use the iPacks on here. So how do you get around that problem then? If you can't use an iPack on here, how do you use arcade buttons then to configure? No, it's just a select. So that one's doing exactly the same as what I've already got on there. So I can't select a home button. So if I wanted to get into home, I couldn't. There's no way of getting around it. So there's no way then you can't configure this to go onto an iPack on here. And that's the idea of iPacks, because it normally takes it, but obviously they run them through Raspberry Pis. And that is bloody complicated as hell to try and get around the Raspberry Pi method, because I've done it. It drove me up the wall on that front. So that's no different. It ain't really no different. It's just that I've got two. The issues that I've got on here. That's a shame, because all I really needed was a coin and hum. So I can't coin this up. There's no coin mechanism on here. Look, even the up, down, left and right's not working. Wow. Which that should be working. Alright, what about that other one then I just took out? Did that one, because that one's got two. That's got two on it. Let me unplug that one. This one's got two, so I can have, like, if there's an alternative. For some reason, that is not going, even that's not going up, down, left and right. Does this one go up, down, left and right? No. What about if I put it onto that one? Connected, connected, no. Seems to cut it out. No. So I still complain. Jesus. See, this is what I was saying to you about earlier on, how difficult to get these configured. This is why it's sat underneath that table for so long. But it's obviously, it's just getting that configured just right for that to work. And then it works flawless. Now, obviously, it doesn't work with the 360 because I tried it. This works with it wired, but then that's the idea of setting it up as an arcade. And that's why they always say, "Oh, get yourself a Wi-Fi Saga board, and then you won't have any issues. You should be good to go on that front." And yeah, good luck in that. But I can't seem to get the coin. The coin will not work. It just will not work. So I can't get a coin or a home. I can get everything else. And also, yeah, see that's playing in there. So the buttons are working, only some, not all of them. It's obviously pausing it. That's a select. But we should have had up, down, left and right. Because if I move this down, pause, start. Mind you, saying that one there for player 2, because this is player 2, the up, down, left and right's not working on this either. What? Right, analog. Ah, right, it's got to be in analog mode for it to go up, down, left and right. Oh, for crying out loud. If you take analog off, could that's what that button be? Do you reckon that button could be an up, down, left and right issue? I bet that's what that blue button versus the red button is. Let me plug one of these in. Right. And select it. Right. Yeah, look, it's working. Up, down, left and right. So it's got to be in blue mode, not in red mode. And then it's working. Right, so that is now working. Because I've had to select it. So when you turn, so if you turn that off, you need a select button for that to work. So you've got to put it in analog mode for it to work. And then you've got your up, down, left and right. Because it's the same with this. Up, down, left and right. But I still can't get it, R2. Because if I press R2 on here, L2, so there's R1. That's select. SE. They don't do nothing. Well, again, no home on here. So how are you supposed to select on? So again, even the original controller has the same problem. The controller is still not operating the home on it. And you can't get R2. Yeah, if you turn analog off, the left up, down, left won't work. And it's the same with that. The iPad's got to be on blue. I bloody knew it was going to be something like that when I looked. I said, I bet that red and blue, one's going to be like a form of analog, one could be a digital. I was right, it was. So it puts, the blue puts it in like, so it's not like a digital, but what it does, it turns the analog off. and that's what you need to get your up, down, left and right. That's why some of the games didn't work. Because now, but I'm not taking any bloody note. I really should take notes down for how these operate. But home's still not working, even with the original controller. So that could be a bug in the system. Why that's not working? Because obviously I can't get coin to work. That's probably why it's on free play. Well, that makes it interesting. So there's really nothing wrong with this thing. All I need to really is don't have it on coin. But then why have I got a coin on there if I can't select it? Which is bloody frustrating. Coin could be like a form of select. But then I've got player 1 for select. I could have player 1 for a select model. Yeah, I could do. And then if I come back out of this, right, press one player button and plus A. Obviously I don't have to. There you go. Right. Refine your keys. Gamepad settings. Gamepad utilities. Refine your keys. Right. So you can default the mapping. That makes it interesting. Because now you can configure. But I still ain't got there because I still don't know what buttons are supposed to be doing for what. Right. Damn it. So, yeah, look, and if you turn it off, it goes back to red. But we should have had sand here. So the sand's still down. We've still got a sand related issue. How the bloody hell do you turn the sand up? So I need to turn off then. I can't have coin 1. I've got to have it on free play. Exit mode, start and coin. So I can't have start and coin because we ain't got a coin selection, so I have to do long press. Enter game settings. 1 coin. Forced all timed out games for disabled. No, I don't want to do that. Edit, 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 edit. Enter games market, accounts management. What's this burst settings? Oh right, Wi-Fi. Check for updates. Factory data reset. Resetting. So what's that actually doing? Does that reset it back to default? I think it does if you bugger settings up. Batman, Jesus, look how glitchy that looks. That looks a bit sketchy. Tony Hawk's Wipeout. Oh, Wipeout. Yeah, I think it's one of these things that it's really awkward to try and get these configured. And I don't think these Pandora's boxes are great to try and get configurations because again configuration settings. It seems like it was an hit and miss. You've got settings there for coin. Well, not even the original controller gives you a coin. It doesn't seem to work it. Well, that's got to be a bug at least. It operates 90% of that, but not all of it. And that iPack, you need to have that iPack switched on to analog for you to get your thing on it. So again, it's got to be on blue. So every time you turn it off, it resets it. So you need a button for that to turn that on. Oh yeah, that's going to be bloody annoying straight away. But that one just went straight on it. Straight onto... So literally, I'll tell you what then, if that's the case, because if I turn it off and turn it on, it goes straight back to red. Well, okay, I solved that problem. Put the original one back, right, power it up, and it should just put it into default mode. Right, so I'll switch that, which goes straight to blue, right. That should then give, if I go to key settings, right, and put one of these into this, one of them resets it. I know it does. Yeah, it does. That puts it in. So you want default, which if you unplug it and plug it back in, it should go straight to blue. Yeah, it does. Now that one didn't. It done it the opposite. It went straight to red. This one goes straight to blue. So what was it? Third from the top? Yeah, there you go. It does. So, if I unplug this and plug it back in, gamepad connected. No, see? So default on this one goes straight to, we got no analog. Now I bet that does the opposite when you plug that into, yeah, this one does the opposite. It's got to be in red mode. So so what it does, the ones that are on it, you got to take it from the red to the blue. This one, you got to take it from the blue to the red. Obviously, that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? So it ain't going to make no difference of swapping that iPack over. Absolutely no difference whatsoever. Because it's on red on this one, and then it won't work the up, down, left and right until you switch it over, and then it all works. So you've got to have a button configured to that, right? That's weird. Straight away, you've got to configure that. So you've got to turn on the analog for that to get your up, down, left and right. And then you select one for your select, which is this one here. Well, that says button A. Right, and then we can use this one for button, is that? No, that's not it. Where is it? One of these is a select. That's a start. That's a pause. That's a select. So we can use this one for select, right? Take this one out and put that one as a start. Right, start and select, right? So if we hold, so that one's a start and the other one's a select issue. Can't get an home because it doesn't come up, right? Not even on player 2. But now, I can now use button configuration. So now if I take this one and plug this, that's got to be button A, which is, where is it? Right, that's not button A. That's not button A. Jesus. That's a pause. R1, no. No, I'm pretty sure that's button A. Right, so we can use that as button A, right? So, where's button B? So we want that one there, button A. Really, I should map these. I could really put like a cutout as button A, button B, button C, D, E and F. That's what you really need, because otherwise you won't know what button layout is. But obviously once I've got this mapped out, I suppose I could take them out and write the number, literally just get some 3D print. I've got a little thermal printer. I could just thermal print the labels, just cut them out and then put them straight inside, and then I'll know what's what. Otherwise I won't know what's what on the configuration. How many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 6 here. We've got 6 here. And that would be your 7 and 8. That should be it. Because again, the only downside is the up, down, left and right won't work, because you're going to need, obviously you've got to have a select to switch it into analog mode. That's the only snag, which I don't like. So I'll need an extra button, which I've got an extra button on the side, right? I could wire that up to the side and put analog on the side of that with a little thermal, thermal print on the side of it, and actually just put select for analog, and then press that, and that would then give you your joystick. This is the only way I'm going to get it to work. I can't seem to get out of the system. But that is your 6 buttons plus your 2. That would make it 8. The only things that wouldn't work would be R1 and R2. Well, we couldn't get R2 to work. We couldn't select home. So they're graded out. Which does make it interesting, because like you said, if I tried that on here, we've got all of the configurations on here. But if I press the analog, we've got the exact same issue. We've got pause and home. The only one it ain't got a pause button. I'm not really worried about a pause button, to be honest. But everything else, you can't select home and you can't select R2 even with a joystick. So it really makes no difference. But everything else works. The D-pad works on it. And that's what this acts like a D-pad. So that would give you left and right. So really, I need to get these buttons configured. I need A, B, C, D, and E. The only thing is there's got to be a arcade button layout of, is this button A, button B, C, or does it go A, B, C, D, E, and F? Or does this go A, B, C, D, E, F? I don't know. I need to have a look at some arcade buttons and get some configuration, because all the button layouts, they are working. It's just that I need to configure that side one, and then what I could do is jump 2 wires, so it then will give you both players on one button for the analog side for it to work. It's the only way I could get this to bypass completely, and leave it on free mode. Because obviously you can't select coin, because there's no coin select on there, and then that'd be easier. But I need this button configuration of, how did they configure it? Was it A, B, C, D, E and F, or was it, like I said, let's have a look. I might be able to get some pictures up. 6 button configuration on a homemade arcade stick. A, B, C, D, E, F. And then what I could do, I can actually get some pictures, and then that would make it easier for me. Yes, see, this is why I wanted to have a look at some pictures. I think someone's done it, like I said, punch, kick and jump. But obviously, like you said, I still need the A, B, and C. What would that be like? No, it's obviously not. Start and select. So we need these as a start and select on the front. And then you've got to have a button for modifying. Well, you don't have to. You can just go inside it. So we need player one and coin could be a start and select. That's what it really needs. But it's the same thing. Because like a coin could be like a form of select mode. So that's what we need. So start, and the other one should be a select, and it is. So coin could be a select to select the game. I'm going to leave that where it is, and then I can make notes of this on the back. Now the button for J, we've got so yeah, they've got an L1 and R1. Well, we can't get L1 and R1 to work. We can get R1 to work. We can't get R2 to work. But I don't think games use that. I think it mainly relies on the A, B, C, D, and F. Because I think that's what gives it. This is going to be a bloody painstakingly long process. But this is why I couldn't wrap my head around it. It's right, there you go. Button layout. Right, got it here. I've got oh god, there's no point trying to show it because I don't think even if I've just lost it. Great, look. I went to touch it and then it's just cut off. More images. I just had that a minute ago. Damn it, with a can of spam. Yeah, see, they've got different configurations. I did bloody had that a minute ago, now I've lost it. If I can find it. It just give me the A, B, C, D ones of the button layout. Oh, here it is. Right. Right, don't touch that bloody screen again. Right, so I don't think you guys can actually see it. Yeah, it does when it focuses in. So, right, we've got a button layout. So we've got A, B, C, D, E, and F. Obviously, that's for eight buttons. So they did do the A, B, C, D at the top, which I wasn't too sure if that was true or not, because there's all different configurations. I'm just seeing if there was anything on there. Yeah, another one very similar. Now this one's different, slightly a little bit different. They've done A, B, so they've done A and B, C, D, E and F. And then they've done an X and Y. So there's a couple of routes you can go down of knowing the custom layout of where you want your buttons. Yeah, again, same thing on this one. On the joystick. Again, very similar. They've done A, B, C at the top, D, E, F at the bottom. I think I might stick with that. Put the A, B and C, D, E and F at the bottom. So, which sort of makes sense. I'll stick with that. I think I'll go with that route and then I can follow. Because again, there's no layout. It's all down to personal preference. But I was trying to gain access to thinking, well, how can I set this up? I won't know what's what. What? Right, so I need this one on here. So now I've got to find, A's going to be at the top. So let me grab the A button. Jesus crikey. Right, okay. Right, that ain't doing jack duddery. Right, so that ain't doing nothing. No, that's a pause button. Don't want that. R1, don't want that. That's an F. Right, we don't want that. E, no. C, no. That's A. Right, so we got A. So right, let me do number 2. So let's take this one and plug this one over here and see if this one should be a B. It is. Yay! Right. Top one next to it should be a C. Now we seem to be bloody getting somewhere. Finally. No, that's a D. Right, is that behind? That's a C. Right, so I've got A, B, C. Right, now we need a D. Now we need a D for the bottom one. So if I take this, where's that bottom one there? Now the bottom one was a D. If I can get one working, I can then copy it. Right, that's a D. Right, so where's the E? So, which is this one here? Yeah, this one. And then I can duplicate it and just put it to player 2. That'll solve my problem. Right, E. We've got one more to go. Now, I've obviously nicked that because the other one was the analog stick. Right, this is going to be F. I assume this would be F. Right, F. F. So we've got start, select, A, B, C, D, E, F. And we've got the analog working. Yes. Right, so now that's all done, I now need to come out of this, right? Come out of it. Now, let me see what's the best game. Gosh damn bloody. We've got Ridge Racer. Yeah, Ridge Racer. Watch it. You go beyond the D. I need to learn more about the alphabet. Oh, tell you what, Otcows. Have you seen how fucking complex this is with these iPacks? You got a zigzag halfway across the board just to try and get A, B to A to D, and then F. Oh, see. Oh, God. Oh, my giddy aunt. This is why I give up. It literally drove me insane. And he thought that was bad enough. I didn't even bother with, literally didn't even bother with the Raspberry Pi. It was even 500 times worse than this. The only snag is the sound's disappeared, and I don't know how to get the sound back up. I tried factory resetting it because it's got all the ROMs on it. It comes preloaded when you buy them. It seemed to be working though, which I couldn't even get this to work. You wouldn't believe how difficult this was. Right. So yeah, top one seems to be, yeah, I've got no sound at all. None. It is working. It is literally old button A, which is the A button. I wish I had some bloody sound on it. No. Well, that looks like it's done it. But the only snag, the only problem I've got No sound. The sound's completely wiped off. Now if I can sort the sound out for this, happy days. I've finally solved it. Which you don't know how long that's been sitting underneath the cupboard, right? And that's no exaggeration. Let's retire. Yeah. That now looks like the buttons are working lovely, but you can't get out of this system, which obviously I wanted to get back to home, and I think that's where you need to select, and it says select and home. Yeah, see, like here. This is one thing I can't get back into. Oh, thank God for that. It's not 100%, but it is definitely... that's Famicom. Bloody hell, it's even got Famicom games on it. Yeah, it is. That's a Famicom game. I can hear the clicks, but we've got no audio. Is there a way of turning up the sound on these? Because I can't seem to find a setting on here. Right. There's a reset button which I clicked. Right. But the audio's been turned down. You've got one button there for settings, and that's all you've got, and an on and off. There's nothing else. There's no physical way. I think, yeah, I can't even hear the passenger scream. No, I think that this box, I turned the setting down, and I don't know how I've done it on the controller, and now I need to turn it back up. So I need to get the schematics on that box, which is, but the button configuration looks right now. I'm glad I did do it that way. That's why I wanted to have a look. So A to F is top to bottom. The only thing I need to sort out now is sound, because we've got no sound. Yeah, but like you said, I've done it on the controller, on the thing itself, and I don't know how I've managed to pull that off, because obviously I've turned it down. Now I can't turn it up. That's why you can hear it when it's selecting, but obviously no audio is coming through, because now I've muted off the bloody sound for the thing. Yeah, look, there is Famicom games on here. Ninja Warriors. Oh, I see. So you can hear the menu, but not in the game. Yes. So what I've done, I've turned this down on here, and I don't know what I've pressed. It's not muted, but it's turned the sound down, and there's a way of turning the sound up. So, which I can't do, and I don't know. There's got to be a button configuration to turn it. I can't even find the controller to it, but now I've found it. How do I bloody turn the sound up? Is it that I've got to hold a button down, or? That's what I'm looking. I'm just looking if I can hold a button down and move it up or down. But it don't look like that's the case. So that's the only thing I need to address on this now to solve this problem, and I'll need to hardwire that button to the back of that board to select analog, otherwise the up and down won't work. So I'll need to configure that button at the side, which I can do. It's not a problem, I've got plenty of wire. But before I need to do that, so what console are you running? The arcade? Well, I'm actually running this, the 3D. It's one of these Pandora boxes. So it's basically, you just plug in the USBs and it just runs directly on its own hardware on that front. But obviously, like I said, I can hear the menu, but no sound coming from the audio. So I can't run the 360. It won't work on the iPacks. Won't have it. Just will not have it. I've tried 2 different packs on that and it won't have it at all. But now I've got the button configuration near enough there, I now need to address that bloody sound. And there's nothing even on settings. If I go into the settings at the side, there's nothing on here for sound. I've got coin, obviously. Yeah, Google. Google says access system settings menu and then check the volume is muted. There's no. That's what I'm looking on there. Enter game settings. Right. Right. False time games are out. Difficult. Favorite list. No. There's nothing on there. Timed notice strategy. 1 per minute. Games notices. There's nothing on here. Right. Enter games mark. Account management. What's this? Clear coins. Reset. No, that ain't on that one. Burst settings. Wi-Fi. Or factory data reset. I've tried that and it still won't have it. So it says access system settings. Enter the main menu and then adjust the volume of holding down player 2 buttons and pressing others that can trigger the volume changes. Right, interesting. So I'll try that. Enter the main menu. Right, so if I go to the main menu, which is, that's the settings menu. Right, so if I go into that main menu, this is in the main menu, it's just like a game settings. Right, holding down player 2 buttons. Right, what type of buttons you got to hold down though? I mean, this is what just worries me. This is, I think this is what I've done, Octales, and I think this is what's caused it to mute. Well, it didn't mute, it just turned it down. There's no mute button. It just turns the volume down. That can trigger the volume. See, that's what I was thinking. No, see, that just, all that's done is just started it. Now this is player 2. Have you tried rebooting? Oh, hundreds of times. No, it won't have it. Yeah, this is what I've done. Obviously, I've held something down. Right. Let's try holding some of the buttons down and see if that, obviously, no. I'll just see if it was causing it to... The button's working lovely now. Now the only thing I need to address is the bloody sound on it. How the friggin' hell do I do that? Yeah, I can't seem to get the sound turned up. Hot cows. Right, hold up, you sent a message. Let me have a quick look. It's bloody annoying, because if I can turn the sound up on this, this will be done. I think this is another reason why it was driving me up the wall. YouTube. Right, raising the volume. Let me have a quick look. that one's crashed for some reason. Don't know why. Let's click open. No, it won't open it up. Great, lovely. No, no. Systems have detected unusual traffic from the computer network. Please try request you again. Why did this happen? So that other link, no, I can't even get into Octhouse. That link's obviously. Oh, look at all that, it's bloody dust. Can't seem to get into that link. Let's see if there's anything. If I go to home, what's this box called? It's a Pandora 3D Pandora Saga. 3D. How to GUR. I'm going to Google it and see what comes up. You can use the physical wheel in the system's menu settings. There ain't one. There's a physical wheel at the back of the unit. There ain't a back of the unit because I've had a bloody look. There ain't one. No, there ain't. See, it lies. You can't go by what AI tells you. Turn on the machine, locate the settings, often a small button on the side, small button, the back of the unit. Navigate to system configuration. Alright, so navigate to system configuration. There's definitely no wheel on here. I don't know where it's getting its fucking settings from. Right, so it says, right, navigate to system configuration. There ain't a system configuration. Again, I don't know where it's getting. So all you've got is keys, settings, coin settings, exit, which is again, that's set. That should be set at long play. There's definitely no setting on there. Right. Navigate to system configuration using the joystick. There's also one in game settings on the mains thing. Well, okay. Let me try that then. Right. There is main on here because I did see it. Yeah, there's main. Right, we've got loads of main games on here. What we got? String of the Fighters, B-Wings, Blast Off. Jesus Christ, I didn't realise how many there was. Rolling Thunder, right? Ripper Rabbit. Surge, Street Fighter. Top Speed. God, there are some right knockoffs on here. Right, Night Slashers. Right, fucking games you end up coming up with. Right, let's press the. Let's start it. This is a main, right? And it says you might be able to get it through to the main and then turn it up that way. I don't know. It says on there you can hold one player button for 3 seconds to access the exit button to pre-configuration your buttons and then manage to control directly. There's a YouTube on that. Let me just quickly watch that. Yeah, because there's definitely no sound coming up at all. Yeah, this looks like it. No volume knob on your arcade.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today I'm going to show you a volume control solution for your arcade. Maybe you have a level up and you can't control the volume from the outside. You have to go back into your amplifier and turn the volume control knob. Or maybe you have a 1-up and you have the same setup with an amplifier, but you don't want to go around the back. So here's a solution, a quick solution. How you can control
I don't think that is it.
outside with what are one-key hotkey buttons running through RetroArch and controlling the
Yeah, see, it's retro. Yeah, I didn't think that was. Pandora's to how to navigate. Yeah, that's obviously that's not helping me. I thought that would have. Right, so. Yeah, I can't seem to get into. Can't seem to actually get into the bloody settings on. Yeah, what if that would that be? Do you know what? Hotcodes. Do you know what I just? Do you know what I just fell in? What about if I plugged in a keyboard? I did not even give that a thought for 1 second. Would that still work it? Could that give me settings that I can't get into? If I unplug player 1 and plug the keyboard in, yeah, it's possibly. Anything's worth a go. Anything. Right, the keyboard's lit up, right? So I've got my keyboard's lit up. Right, escape actually does. It is. Yep, and the enter's working. So there could be a simple solution for this. I might be able to turn it up from the keyboard, and I did not even give that. Give me 5 minutes before me dinner. No, I've obviously got a volume button. I thought that might have turned the volume up. There's the volume knob, and it's on 0. I've just brought that up. Look, it's bringing that up, and it's on 0. That's why I can't bloody hear anything. Yeah, so it is turned down. But how the friggin' hell do I turn it up? So that is right. This is in the menu. Right, menu. Here we go. Sound options. Oh, great, lovely. I might be able to fucking get something in here. Right. Obviously, I can't get the analog's not working on this menu. It's showing settings. Yeah, that brought it up. It's on 0. I bloody knew it. I turned it down, and I've got to turn it up. I/O check. This was a stab in the dark. I did not even give it a thought. I thought there's got to be a way what I've done, and I can boost the sound up. Hey, Carrefour. It's showing settings. Well, the trouble is, I've got the keyboard plugged in, right? Now it don't say anything about, but I can't pull the information on this for some reason. I can't seem to get the volume's been muted. It's turned right the way down to 0, which I can now see with if I press, it comes up 0. So the like I said, I've got this selection, but the volume for the thing. And how the friggin' hell do I turn this up? There's got to be a key to boost, to turn the sound up. Screen recorded. Right, that brings up the menu. So F10 brought up the menu. There's got to be a way I can turn this sound up. I might be able to do it on the keyboard. Again, because I can't get the info on it. Right, well that's not doing nothing. Well, print and insert. It's just give me a credit. What about if I thought, dinner time. Yeah, this is why I've got no sound. Damn it. I have. I've physically turned the sound down on this and I don't know how to get it back up. God damn it. Yeah, that's exactly what I've done. I've muted the sound, or turned it down. I don't think it's muted. It's just turned down. I bet you've got to hold a button configuration down. I bloody know you. I bet you have. To turn the buttons up. Like the volume. Yeah, because I can see it from here. It's coming all the way down. Oi! Mr. Squish. How you doing, my friend? I've been lurking. Yeah, obviously doing some washing up there. Yeah, that's what I've done. I've turned the volume all the way down, and I don't know how to turn the bloody volume back up. Any suggestions? Because I'm at my wit's end here. I ain't got a frigging Scooby of how I've turned the volume down. I don't know. I can't even get it back up. Did you get that volume thing up? No, look, all I press, what I've done, I've pressed the mute button thing on the keyboard and it brings it up. But obviously, it brings the symbol up, but I can't seem to, I tried pressing the plus button. It's a button configuration to turn it up. I just know it's got to be a button configuration. I wish I just know what one it is, because it just make my job. Yeah, obviously that's what I was thoughting. Like you might be able to hold that down, and then like that's why I was thinking of the same sort. Like, did you get that? Yeah, controller left and right. No, not having it. That's the only thing. Now I've managed to sort the buttons out on the iPad, which I've got on here. I've got that configured. Sorted the joystick out. I can do that. The only downside is, dang it, I can't get no sound. Literally none, because it looks like it's been muted. Like it's just turned all the way down. I don't think it's on mute. It's just turned down to 0. And there's nothing in the settings that brings the sound up. Which I thought that would have brought that up. And that's one of these Pandora boxes, one of the 3D ones. But I can't get nothing. But I didn't use a keyboard. I done it on a controller, and I don't know how I done it. I was mucking about because I didn't have the instructions. Dang it. Bloody annoying, because now I can't, obviously it plays, but it just plays in with literally no volume at all. Let's see if I can try and do. I tried doing a Google search on it, but it's obviously. It says on there, on some versions you can hold the 1P and start for 3 seconds to access or exit the menu, pre-configured like L2 and R2, to manage the volume settings directly. But that's on the arcade 1-ups. That obviously don't help me. Bloody, that's what I was just trying to have a go, see if there was like a button or something. Dang it. Yeah, player 1 start. See, that was another thing that kept coming up. That could be another reason why you got to put this into player 1. So if I swap that over. Gamepad connected. I'm going to see if it was. I think the best thing is to do is go through all the buttons and just do one at a time. No. Oh, damn it. Dang it. I am literally lost. Absolutely lost. You cannot seem to get access to this. Whatever I've done on this sound, it's... I can hear noises from here. No, that ain't having nothing. I thought, oh, if I put it in player one mode or something like that.
Time is remaining, as you can see, 4 minutes. So this is an actual system. This never took quarters. It's an actual like NES. So if you want to add more time, you press your coin.
It could also need that you're in the main menu.
It still says 4 minutes remaining. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna hold down player one start, and it says there button A is to insert a coin. And as you can see now, 9 minutes. So you have to hold down player one start and insert the coin. That's honestly it. That is how you work your Pandora's box. Now, if you're done playing, I do highly suggest that you exit, going back to the main menu.
Yeah, that didn't really give me nothing on that. I knew it didn't, because obviously trying to ask AI, it just sends you around the houses. Obviously, like, there's nothing on there that I can't seem to get. I can't seem to get the menu on here. Like I could bring that little symbol up if I press the mute, but that's why it's all the way down, because obviously I'm accessing the box. Yeah, is there a user manual for this arcade? Only for not for the arcade, because it had nothing in it, cardboard. The only thing, the manual, the one I've got on here is for this 3D Pandora Saga Wi-Fi TV game box. There's nothing else on it. If I bring up the settings, there's nothing in settings at all. Anything to do with like sound, nothing. And that's what I was trying to look for. I thought, oh, there might be a setting or something like that. No. I've got free play. I've got everything else, but I've tried factory data reset. That just puts it back to default. Nothing. But that is my problem. Which is coming up right on top. When I press that symbol, you can see that the volume should be turned all the way up. It's turned all the way down, and I need to turn it up. And I don't know how to turn that up. See, look, like resetting. You can reset it. It'll reset it. But if you look, the volume's still down. So it makes no difference of how you reset it, because all that does is resetting your configurations. It just puts it to default, but it don't put the sound to default. Which bloody is annoying, because I can't use this box. Obviously, well, I can, but you won't get no sound coming out of it. Which all the games are still here. I can hear the clicking on there. I just can't see nothing when you play your game. There's nothing to turn it up. And that's what I thought, oh, perhaps if I go into, like, might be able to go into like a form of setting for the game or something and then try and turn the volume up. There ain't nothing on volume because I tried having a look and I thought, oh, that might be, yeah, see if there's a volume in the game. No, whatever it is turned down from the box itself. So if I go into options, right, save and load, right, dash screen, auto fire, BG mode, look, sound, look, SE for sound, it's all the way up to 10. Look, it's all the way up to 10. So these are both up to 10. It's just that it's been turned off from there. Does it have like an auxiliary on the box? Yeah, it has, and I've got it plugged in to the speakers. But obviously the box itself, this box, is it's been turned. The volume's been physically turned down. I've obviously done it, and I don't know how to bloody get it back up. Which, that's what you should hear. But I thought if I go on the keyboard, you can actually see it. The symbol comes up and it's been turned down. But how the friggin' hell do you turn it up? If that was volume is up, it's problem solved. I've got everything else configured right. The only thing I can't seem to get is now sorting the sound out for it, which is bloody annoying. And it's got to be a button configuration to hold certain buttons down to turn this up, because that's now in a track mode. That should now, you should be able to hear it. Pico. Sorry mate, still at work. Pico's still at work, bloody hell, he works his cotton socks off, doesn't he? Yeah, so obviously, I thought that you might be able to hold down shift or an alt or something like that, and it could be like an arrow on the sides. And it could turn its volume up. Press F10, and then what it does, it takes you to the system settings, and then it just comes out of it. Which obviously that's not the case on here. So like you said, you can play it, but you just won't have no sound. It'll literally come out at all. Screenshot recorded. I'm pressing the keys to see if I can try and couldn't finish to save data. So some of these buttons are obviously I don't know, I've just been doing my eating. Can I call you mister? No, I can't seem to get this configured at all. Bloody annoying, because I've spent the last couple of hours trying to get the iPad to work, which I have now managed to get working. Now I just can't get no sound out of it when I play the games on it. It's got to be a way. Obviously, you ask the internet and it sends you around the houses. if you've turned down the Saga on the Pandora's box unit, you can usually use the hardware. See, it says on here. See, it's sending me around the houses. You can physically. There's a volume knob or on the system software menu. No, there ain't. That's just it. There's different makes and models. There's a potentiometer, usually found on the back or on the side. There ain't. I had a look at this. There's physically not one on here. And I did not even... I had a look at this before. Oh, obviously, now I've pulled the bloody cable out. No, there ain't. I've pulled the bloody connection out the back of it. Because, like you said, they said, oh, it might be a connection issue. There ain't one. I thought, oh, that might have Pandora, that's the Wi-Fi one. I think they're all the same. Hey, look who it is. It's the Boring Brit. How you doing, my friend? Yeah, it says on there, access the settings, look for a small red. Look for a small red or black button aside, settings or config. I had a look at that, there weren't none. There ain't nothing that's got the word config on it. Damn it. So, and it says, so it really only seems it says navigate to the system settings, volume settings option. There ain't one. I'm good at, buddy. How are you? Yeah, I'm actually, well, I spent the last couple of hours trying to, I've managed to configure the iPack. Got the iPack working. Managed after a bit of kerfuffling around, because these are a nightmare to try and do, but the volume is not turned up on the box and there's no volume settings. But obviously there's a button configuration to actually bring it up. I don't know how to do it because I've tried. Adjusting volumes, where it says it on here. I'm trying to follow. I tried asking AI and that sends you around the houses. And it says on there, adjusting volume using A or B buttons to increase the volume. The A and B buttons. Alright. Because I've got A and B on. Well, this has got... Right. Let's try the A and B. Right. So, I'll bring that option back up. Right. The A and B. No. No, that's obviously not working. See, it says on there, right? For some versions, allowing to hold player 1 while start simultaneously and pressing buttons to access emulations like MAME and things like that. Yeah, but that's on some. He says on there, if you don't see a knob, well, actually, I'll resize that. That's what I'm reading on there. It may be inside the unit, requiring you to carefully remove the back cover to access it. No, see, it keeps coming up Arcade 1-Up. No, Arcade 1-Up. It's not an Arcade 1-Up. this is what I'm saying. It's throwing you around. It throws you around the houses. I was supposed to have a parcel delivery today and all. Is it in game settings? Well, I had a look at that, right? There's nothing in it. All the game settings have all turned up to 10. The only problem is the box settings on the Pandora's box, this thing here, right? It has internal game. It must have an internal thing because that's what's been turned down. And that's why I can't turn it up. Because if you look, when I've got a keyboard plugged in, right? You can see I've got the keyboard here. I plug the keyboard in, and I can't even get this symbol to come up, but the keyboard can bring it up. If I press the little mute button, right, it brings up that option, which I can't even get on the bloody joystick. I can't bring that up. So what's actually happening? The sound's been turned down for the game. The point of the black box. Yes, is there like a point in the box for the voice? No, I had a look. The only thing I've not done is opened it up to see if there was a volume wheel or something like that, or potentiometer or something to turn it up. Which I can't see it myself because I've done it. I had done it. I've done it ages ago because obviously I didn't know the button layout. But there was a button. There's a button configuration on the controllers that you can physically turn it down, and I turned it all the way down, but I didn't know how to turn it up. So that's why now it's on mute, because I've turned it down and I'm turning it up. And yet all it's telling you, AI sends you around the houses trying to tell you what to do. But obviously the videos, it's saying the arcade 1-up. Well, that's not an arcade 1-up. And there's nothing on there to actually tell you how to the thing on it. So really, it's totally useless. And I don't know how to bloody get this up. What's the name of the game box? The game box is bit of focus, probably not. 3D Pandora Saga Wi-Fi TV game box. Have you tried like plugging it into an external? Yeah, exactly the same. Yeah, I tried that. Well, Steve, yeah. That's the first thing I done was thought, oh, it might be a TV issue. No, volume's exactly the same. We've literally got the volumes being muted all the way down. I've done it on that controller and I don't know how to turn it back up. And that's exactly the point I'm getting to, because I can bring I can't even bring that symbol up, but the keyboard brings the symbol up. You can actually see it. It's been literally, the symbol's there, look. There's the symbol for it. And you can see it's been turned all the way down. So that symbol, I can't even bring that symbol up on the controller. But I plug the keyboard in and I can bring it up. But I can't turn it up. It won't go up. I've got a volume thing on it. I thought, oh, right, great. Oh, but it's got to be down to holding certain buttons. Like, you might be able to hold some of the button settings on it and see if you might be able to bring it down, or I don't know, or turn it up. It must be a potential in the box. I've not opened it up. I could open it up and have a look. Could have it wouldn't hurt. I mean, I could take this down. That might be a good shout, right? If I turn this off, Because really, like I said, I've got everything else plugged into it, but we've got no audio coming out. Yeah, will the mouse actually work? That's a good shout. Didn't even know. There's nothing to lose, Mick. No, it's true. No, totally agree. No, by all means. I'm going to open it up, have a look inside, see if there's anything. I've not done that. But at least I've got the iPad to work. But I can't use that. I can't use that box. It just won't have it. But I've managed to get one of the iPads to work, which is got that configured, so I can leave that configured up. Let's move this bloody monstrosity because it's absolutely. Have you seen how big this thing is? Fucking size of it is literally. It's all made out of MDF. It is so big. This weighs. You couldn't post it because this got a weigh. I would say close to over getting on for probably. If I put it on my scales, it's got to be over 20 kilo. It's got to be. You won't want to post it. Right. God, right. Right, let me move the box out. Wait. Because I can't move. Because that's took all the room up on my table. Right. Now I can shut the window. Oh God, Bronson's up. It didn't take him long, did it? Right. Yeah, Dick's up. He's up. You know why? Because he wants bloody sarnie. He always wants to. Yeah, this is the one that Mr. Swindon bought from me. That was very kind of him. He bought me one of these and this one's so much thicker. The only thing is, I've got dust all over this where I've been drilling. Let me. You won't like the smell of that, Bronx, I'm telling you. Oh, Jesus. Oh, yeah, that's got some dust off it. He said you'll lose all the shininess off it. Now this is obviously one of the biggest mats that I've put on there, which is the 90 by 50 on that front. But yeah, we can open this up. We can have a look to see if there's anything inside it. I can't get no volume to come out of this. Yeah, obviously this bloody thing's been turned down. I can't. This is why I give up with it. Obviously, my packs don't help as well. They're really complex to set up. You can spend hours, literally. You can just spend hours trying to get that configured. Right, yeah, as I thought, they are going to be under here. Damn it. Right, okay, that's not a problem. We can take all these out. We can have a look. I don't think there's going to be a volume setting. I've got a really sneaky feeling, but could be wrong. Let's go. We've got, like you said, you've got nothing to lose. You've only got... I wanted to have a look at the bloody... I've spent more time on this, mind you, that has been sitting under the table for a long, long time. Yeah, I've got something similar, Matt, like 70 by 50. Yeah, the like, I didn't expect Mr. Swindon to buy it. You know, it's very kind of him. But this mat is a lot thicker. You know, obviously, the one I've got is like paper. It's like really thin. Still silicone, but this is a proper mat. Right. Well, God almighty, look how small them components are. Well, they look a bit dodgy, don't they? Yeah, look at that. Now, I ain't opened this up, right? I've not opened this up, and I am not making this up. That looks a bit jank straight away. on them connectors. They don't look a bit suspect. Bloody hell. When you're paying about 30 to 40 pound for a box, you're thinking that you're getting really good value for money. Don't bank on it. Probably not. Right, we got one screw on here. Can we take this out? Now, that to me feels like yes, as a fault. No. No. You've literally got nothing on here. There's no volume settings on this at all. No. That looks a bit suspect now with that. Is that flux? Dried. That power button, that looks alright. It looks a bit dodgy to me. What card have we got in here? 32GB scan disc. Nice. So they put a nice 32GB scan disc in, but there's nothing on here. There's nothing on here with volume. So I was right, so it varies. Damn it. I assume that is the Wi-Fi chip. Yeah, night chaps. I'm actually off. Breeze Tech, thank you for popping on, my friend. Yeah, so this is going to be for the settings to access it. You've got an LED. You've got, obviously, this is going to be where the GPU is, and these are going to be the RAM settings for it. Yeah, they are RAM settings. So you've got 4 RAM modules. Obviously like thrown on, but yeah, and that's the Wi-Fi card and the infrared. Obviously, pick it up. Yeah, you should actually fire it up onto a monitor to a TV that might be controlled for HDMI rather than the monitor. Yes, that's a good shout. We could do. We could put this back. I'll put this back because but it's true what El Steve said, right? There could have been like there could have been a module or something like or a little potentiometer. That's what I was worrying about. That I went, oh, is there? That could be. No. Now I've eliminated that. I like the way that they keep the heatsink strapped down in it. Bit of aluminium with some thermal blocks. Straight on. Try a mass with obviously I've got my monitor here. I can apply it straight in, so I don't have to have that big beast of a setup. But at least I've managed to get the iPack configured. The only thing is issuing now is this is causing a problem. Right, so let me put that one screw back. I'm a little bit gutted, to be honest, because I've done it. I've turned it down. Obviously, I don't know how to turn it back up, which is really frustrating. So settings, but at least now I know that it is. There's not a lot I can do on it. On that, there's nothing internal that I can't turn up. But yeah, you're right. I've got a monitor right in front of me. I could wire it directly to that. And not only that, I've got the TV right here and I've got an HDMI in, so I could plug that in as well. Ow. Stab through my finger. Alright, why ain't that going in? Great. Hate taking things apart and then they don't go back. Right, there's got to be a reason. Right, that's obviously not going that way. Yes, Well, you know that what's that win is nothing else. Yeah, obviously, like you said, you won't really know until you try it. Yeah, this is a fancy Mac that Mr. Swindon bought, but yeah. Plug it into the TV, not a monitor. Yes. Hey! Look who it is, the man himself. How you doing, Mr. Swindon? Got your shiny new Mac, sir. Obviously, earlier on I didn't. It was all covered in bloody MDF. It was MDF shavings. What? Your missus made me laugh. She said, that's disgusting. Sharing in a... I said, well, you know what Bronson is. Sharing is caring. I've got... Yeah, I see. Yes, so I'll plug this into the TV, not in a monitor. Oh God, this is going to be fun. Where's the HDMI? I've got the lovely Mr. Swindon's TV, what I'm going to be using. Yeah, to see if it actually... Oh God, that's it. Now everything's falling off the bloody top of the shelf. Plug it in, just to see if we've got a controller, if we got sound coming out of it. Because it might be that. Might not be nothing wrong with it. Oh, great. Lovely. Right, we've got a green light. Right, where's the oh, bloody menu, input, AV. Right. What is it? HDMI 2? Probably. Right, well that's interesting. I've got no display. Well, for crying out loud. HDMI 1 brings it up. What wins the item? What's this item? This is, my friend, a 3D Pandora Saga Wi-Fi TV game box. Obviously, I've turned the volume down. Yeah, but I'm not getting no display output on this one. Which I should be, because I've got HDMI 2. But is it plugged in? Yeah, it's plugged in. So why aren't I getting a bloody display? Yeah, I've got nothing on. That's weird. I've got no display. I've got a black display. Now I didn't earlier on. What? Right, HDMI 1. Now, I'm not getting no display. I'm just getting a black display. Literally black display coming out. Alright, let me try the one underneath, just to see if that confirms. Is that the cable? I've not known it to. God, don't say that. Any good? Yeah, barbecue, any good? Yeah, could put it on the barbecue. You might be able to cook it. You go, what? Right. Got something in my eye. Probably all that fucking dust in here. No, I'm not getting no display on this either. What the hell? Now I had a display on the other one. Ah, don't tell me it's these Mickey Mouse boxes. Yeah, barbecue was lovely, thank you. Oh, nice barbecue. Yeah, I've got a green light. I can see a green light inside it. Yeah, bangers, burgers and hot dogs. Mr. Swindon, you're supposed to be burning it off, not putting it on, so you'd have to work twice as hard on that treadmill. Yeah, there's no display on this. Absolutely zero on display. And it's on HDMI, so I should have had a display. No. Well, that makes it interesting. So now I can't get bugger all on it. I'll get nothing. That's weird, isn't it? I wonder what's causing that. Now I'm not getting no display at all. Oh God. It's these manky boxes, isn't it? It's got to be. It's got to be that these boxes ain't that great. Yeah, the settings buttons isn't pressed now, so it's something like that. Yeah. Obviously, I have got an issue then. Oh, that was displayed. You guys see it. Now it's not displaying. What? Because I took it apart? Wow. Yeah, that's weird. Now I ain't got nothing. I've literally got nothing on that now. We've got a red light on there. No, it's not even. The speed diff is not even lighting up. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All I'm saying is that's unbelievable. Now, obviously, yeah, so check the settings. Obviously, the button isn't stuck. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. No, button's here. So, I've got button. No, USB. Transfer flash on there. It's all pushed in. Have we got any issues with the HDMI? No. I can't see anything with the HDMI. No, looks alright. Let's grab me torch, I'll double check. No, Bronson, don't even think about starting, you dick. Obviously, Bronson always seems to start for some reason. Right, let's push this back on. Yeah, I don't know why that's not working. Which is really super weird. Yeah, I've got nothing. Just got a green light, that's all I've got. I can see a green light, literally, which you can. You put the right HDMI. Yeah, I have. Yeah. This one come directly out of the thing on it. Should have been on there. I was supposed to have a delivery and it's supposed to have been up to 8:30. Hold up, let's have a look. Partials journey. Right, track. Where was that? That might have been it actually. Come to think about it. Let me just go into my account settings and just have a quick look to see what's actually happened. It says it's out for delivery. Yodel 489. Copy that. Let's go back into Yodel because I can't see 489 on there. Oh, it says it's been delivered. Oh, it's gone to me mum's. Right, okay. No, I've got a picture of it. It's been delivered. That's probably why I couldn't see it. So it did go to her address, not my address. So right, I was waiting for it. Alright, that's why I couldn't see anything. Yeah. Yeah, for some reason, I'm now not getting a display. What did I done? Undone the box, took the thing out. Now it ain't working. Jesus. That's absolutely lunacy. Yeah, now I'm not getting no display out of it at all. Just getting a green light. Alright. Let me take these things back out. Let me have a quick look. I wonder if Bronson keeps badgering me. I know what he's after. What's his bloody something? Right, I'm taking this back out. Don't know why this is now not posting. Nearly stabbed myself in the process. Yeah, great, lovely. Whoa. Yeah, well, I really can't wrap my head around why that wasn't. So it's the chances are it's going to be this bloody box, isn't it? That got a box that I can't use. Now it won't display. See, again, cheap Chinese rubbish. It just don't seem to want to work. Right. Let's plug this in. Why it's out. What the heck is going on with this TV box? We get a green light. Oh, now it's posted. And we got sound. Which I didn't have sound out. What? What the freaking hell is going on? Don't tell me this is working. Do you know what? Then it's obviously. So I spent the last 5 hours trying to fix it, and it ends up being the bloody box, the TV thing itself. Wow. Which I can't even get that noise to come out. It's so crazy. The word thing in, you know, I've got a word that's just running through my head. The word Wally is obviously, I spent the last 5.5 hours trying to fathom it out, rack my brains, right? For what little there is, and I got nowhere. And now obviously I couldn't even get that sound to come up, not at all. Don't tell me there's nothing wrong with this at all. I'll be really gutted. Yeah, now try it on the TV, Mick. Yeah, this one has got sound. Right, let me just have a quick look to see mission. No, there's still no sound. We've still got no sound. No, there ain't none. This would have had sound by now. Damn it. No, look, there's no sound. No, so it ain't fixed. Oh, it can't be that. It can't be that simple. Surely not. Everything else is running lovely on it. But again, no sound. Damn it! You've made but there weren't no sound on startup. That it was true. Well. So it still hasn't solved the problem. Try turning down the volume on the TV. Yeah, obviously, on the actual thing itself to see if that works. Turn the volume up with the TV controller. Right, I'm cranking this all the way up to about 50, right? So there's 50 going on there. I can hear all of the I can hear it selecting, but it's just obviously, yeah, got it. There's no data. Damn it. Yeah, should have had sound by now. There's no volume on this game at all. It's been turned all the way down. Jesus, I'll tell you what. They ain't kidding with that chip, are they? Fucking chip, do you have to get hot? I'm touching it, right? Yeah, that is getting a little bit toasty. Yeah, look, see, again, no sound. Damn it. Alright. I can put this back. Why didn't that work then when I plugged it all back in? Fucking Mickey Mouse boxes. That's all I say is. No, so what I've done, I've physically turned this down. I've got to find out how I can turn that back up. I thought for a minute, hang on a minute, now it ain't working. It's not even posting. Yeah, we've got one of them funny Doug ones where it works 1 minute and it don't work the next. Right. Yeah, that one goes into there. Wait, your monitor uses the arcade box with no speaker. Well, it goes through that deflection board. That's where it goes. It goes into that deflection board. So the deflection board, then you got all your outputs. But it ain't making no difference because that's going directly to the TV because that's not a monitor right there. That's a TV. But again, the game has got no sound. Right, that one. What is it with these bloody balls? Right. But but not as a TV. Yeah, obviously I've got the connections that's wired up to that box on that front. On that front, should have. You've got separate. It's got its. Hold on. Why is this going in? Boys seem to be having issues of now the screws don't want to go back to the bloody board for some reason. It's weird. Yeah, that box that you've got the sound is separate, but when you plug it in, you can pick it up. But it's obviously going through a powered amplifier. But it's not making no difference which route I've gone round because I've just tried it directly to the TV. And I've got the same problem. It's still having the issue that I've turned the volume's been turned down. Now this ain't even. What? Oh, there you go. I had the faceplate round the wrong way. Wonder why that this is then that I'm not getting the full sound coming out of this at all, which is really weird. Right, let's put the feet back on. Mickey Mouse bloody boxes. Right, let's try this again. Because every time I seem to put it back, all I've done was unplugged it, and then I thought, oh no, okay. Right, have we got picture? Yes, now it boots back up. But I couldn't even get that to like that there. Let's turn it down. See, I don't want to deafen you guys. That's fucking one massive. That volume's fixed. Yeah, I don't get it. See, like there, you should have had the Dreamcast coming up because this has got a Dreamcast emulator on it as well. So again, exactly the same thing. The sound is having issues. There you go. Got to select it because it's an emulation that runs on it. I don't even know how they managed it, to be honest. But it's all bloody coming up in Chinese writing. It's like you said. I think some of these emulators, that's probably why there's 33,000 or something like that. Or it's a ridiculous amount. But half of them, they're all like in Chinese, which you can't bloody understand. Which obviously I can't. I'll just press the start button. It runs it. But if I go to config, stereo, see? It's in stereo. Difficulty. Controller setup. There's nothing on there. stand is the stereo's in sounds in stereo. Chapter. The emulator runs fine. Game runs perfect, flawless. But obviously, the issue that I have got is sound. Obviously, I can't play. I can't. You can play it, but you just won't have no sound coming out. You try and set it up. Yeah, it's actually, yeah. Let me get, that's true, can't force it. Let's grab a mouse. Let me unplug my mouse and plug my mouse into it. Right, I'll plug a mouse into this. Oh, mouse connected. Nice one, Mr. Worms. You're right, sir. Plug in a mouse. It come up mouse detected, and see if you can actually get the mouse so it shows you up. Yes, it is showing up. You're right. I can now see it on the screen. Yeah. Oh, hang on. What about? All right. And what is this? Is that the mouse? What about if I plug the keyboard in, bring that option up, and then use the mouse to turn the volume up? That's a good shout. Yes. Might be able to do it that way as well. So now I've got the keyboard plugged in. Yeah. So now if I bring that little sim... Money me. Mr. Swindon, I've got a new command which you'll like. Type it. Do that command, but in Jeff. I've got a Jeff command.
My name is Jeff.
Did that come up? I didn't hear it. I have got a Jeff command come up. Yeah. Oh right. Yeah, it did come through. Alright, that's what I said. My name is Jeff. Undergrow, how you doing, my friend? Yeah, I'm gonna press that button and see if I can try and move it. Yay, Worms! Here, Carrefour. That moved it. I moved it up with the mouse. Let's try that again. Right? That worked. Do you know what? What a legend. Now I'll unplug the mouse. Right? I've moved that with the mouse. We'll see. Let's see now. Right? If I plug the controller in, have we got sound? I've just turned it up with the mouse and it come up. I'm really eager because it's been dry. You don't know how long that's been sitting up there for. What's the chances? Let's turn it up. X. Zero. Yeah.
Metal Slug.
Yay! Thank friggin' hell for that. Do you know what? You don't realise how long I've been trying to get that volume up. Now I'll have to make a note of that, right? Is literally to turn it up, plug the keyboard and mouse in, right? If the volume ever gets turned up, use the mouse to turn the volume all the way up. I knew it. I bloody knew it. I turned it down. I couldn't figure it out, and it drove me up the wall. And there's no videos on that at all. None. Literally none. Unbelievable. Carrefour, you're a legend, sir. You really are. I knew it had a track on it. Yeah, the boy bit Mick Calf, I did say before I took it out the arcade box. Literally cannot get over that. I've been wrecking my head around that that's been stuck under that bench, right, for so long. I give up. I can't do it. I know, and what it was. And it all ended up, I turned it down with the controller, and I didn't know how to get it back up. So now I'll make a note of that. You plug the keyboard and mouse in, press the little symbol, and then turn it all the way up. Yep, I was just guessing, but it worked. Right, come up trumps, sir, obviously. And I knew this had sound on it because I played it. And it was working lovely. Now I've taken that all the way to the maximum. So now I can plug that back in the arcade and now get that configured for that to work. But at least the box now has sound on it. So I see, it's got to be a bloody reason now I managed to turn that up. So I've only, like you said, I've only spent last 6 hours trying to get this working. But perseverance, and again, you come up with trumps on that, as always, and you managed to pull it off, saying plug the mouse into it. And then I thought, no, hang on, that it detected, and then see how long this actually come up. Yeah, 6 hours. I said that. I said 6 hours. You'll see. You see, so yeah, now you have a game to play. Yes, obviously, if I come out of this and go into B, and then we're going to category, Mega, yeah, that was it, Turtle Dove. This was the Chinese version. Yeah. And you've even got the Dreamcast. See, it's that sort of seed. It wasn't nothing to do with. There's no settings. With all of this, it was all bloody internal. I thought in the end it's doing my head in that much. I thought I'll give up with it. But now it runs. Obviously, it's all I needed really was just to get that keyboard and mouse plugged in. Press that little symbol up and then move it with the mouse. And I went, yep, done. As soon as I see it come up mouse detector, I went, oh, I wonder if it'll now work if I press that little symbol. Yeah, it was a unique moment. Thanks again to Mr. Carfor suggesting plug the mouse in to see if it'll detect it. Yep. Absolutely, it was one of those epic moments. And it's coming out in stereo, I can hear it. Now that'll run on all of the games now. Should have sound on all of them. It looks like it is. Some of these Japanese games, they're really cool. I've got to admit, I've played quite a few of them, and some of them's really cool, like the graphics, like this one. It's all like rendered in 3D. Just glad to have bloody sound working again. It starts getting hard now. I've played this. Anyway, the main thing is, I've just played it's bloody working, to be totally honest. I only wanted to try and get it. So now, we can plug this back in the arcade now. Right, now it's officially working. Right, thank God for that. So I don't have to worry about trying to get everything else, get this to configure. Turn that off, unplug that, unplug that one. So we don't need the keyboard anymore. Right. And the mouse, we don't need that. We can put that back. Good shout, Carful. As always, sir. You always come up trumps. Just cannot believe that actually that physically worked. I was I'd tell you what, that one was pushing me to the brink where I was saying, nah, you're not going to get this one going. You can't fathom this one out. This one's going to be really tough. Yep. And you know what? Perseverance, always. You know when you've tried every other option and you're thinking, well, you've tried it, at least you've given it a good go. At the end of it, you know, and there's not a lot you can do once you've got to that aspect. You just have to give up. Sometimes it's true at ACID, you need to come back at it and have a refreshed mind and see what you can try and do. But it was only till you mentioned it, and then I thought, well, if it's detected that, what about if I plug the keyboard in, press that little symbol, and then move it out, and then I can get me full volume. Right, whatever that was, now I know I need to make a note of that. Put that on the box itself if that ever happens again, because I'll be in the same boat. Literally be in the same. Right, I'll give myself hernia. I've already given myself hernia lifting bloody heavy objects. This fucking thing is an absolutely beast of a system. I'm telling you, it is. Yeah, put a square keyboard inside the mouse. Yeah, obviously I could do. Right. It's nice now this is working. Now all I've got to do now is configure player 1 and player 2. Oh, and the sound's got to be plugged in. Now the sound should come out of the HDMI. It should do. That's what it says. Let me move this back a bit, so then you can actually get to see it. Obviously, I made this was in 1,000 bits, right? I've done a lot of work to this to get it to where it was. One, it had a cracked bit of glass going all the way over, and the glass was about that thick. Oh. Right, so the glass had a big split, so I had to ditch it. It was dangerous and you couldn't see it because it had a big crack down it, right? Two, it never had none of this on, right? So it never had none of the artwork. I had to cut all this. This was all bolted up. What I've done behind it is that I've put some 5-inch subs in here, car speakers. I've got a car amplifier, and I took what I've done. I modified a TV, a 19-inch TV that was a combi. It was a DVD combi and TV. Ripped out the guts of it, took the TV out, took the TFT. Mounted it in, I grooved it with me ton and groove me grinder, so that there sits in properly grooved in. A bit of backing, and then pre-drilled all the holes. Now I've put all the eye packs in. So what I've personally done was, like I said, was to mount these up. So you've got your coin and your player 1s and your player 2s, but that wasn't giving me the issue. My biggest concern was getting the iPack set up. But I've got the iPack working which that's what took me ages to do. The only downside was that I couldn't get the sand to work, and it was thanks to Mr. Carfor on that front that actually managed to get it done. So I won't use it. I know I won't use it, but I'll probably end up selling this and just get done with it, because it's 9 out of 10. It's just stuck in a it's just stuck underneath the desk. I'm not going to use it. It's seriously, I just want to get it up and running, so someone else will have the benefit from it. But I'm going to sand it up. I've got to repin this because it's dropped on that front, and should be, if I switch that on now, that should now switch on. Yeah, still got no sand on it. Yay, volume! Oh, what cows? Thanks to Carfor, he's a legend. Plugged it in the wrong one. This fucking thing's an absolute monster. I'm just glad now it now should work. Right, before I do anything, I've got some games on here now. I mean, and now I've configured from A to F. My name is Jeff. Now we've got sound. Thank God for that. Yeah, it has got an N64 emulator. So yeah, all I've got to sort out is get that iPack sorted now. What I need to do is configure that side button and then make it on the switch system on here. Oh, and I've pulled the bloody control things out. Great, lovely. Does that... Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it won't work because I haven't got that button configured in. So let me see if I can move a button over, just select it, just for the time being. There you go. There you go, she's now working. So I'll just need to configure that button. Some of these still might not be compacted. Yeah, it's time. Right, well obviously I can't come out of this because I can't also button configuration, still not configured up. Damn it. Right. Which I already knew it. Where's that where's the controller? Yes, that's not it. Here. Yay! Hi, old Fuzzy. How you doing, my friend? I'm just glad we got sound now. Yeah, I'm just glad that we got sand coming out of it. Just wanted to see. I'm not going for all that. It's Carmageddon. Carmageddon's on there. Mario Kart. Diddy Kong Racing. Bloody hell, they've got them all. It just really, this just needs, Mick, you have you ever tried RetroPie? I have got Retro. I have got a Raspberry Pi on that front. There's a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus. It's, yeah, the only issue that I run into was the same problem, configuration. Tried to get it, it only run some. I couldn't get it to reconfigure. It literally took me around. It took me around the houses. That's why I got a 3D Pandora's box, because I thought, oh, it'd be easier, just plug and play. Well, I did until I turned the sound down. I didn't know how to get it back up. It gathered dust that much. It's been stuck under the. That's been under there for the last couple of years because I couldn't get the sound back up on it. Thanks to Carfoy, he pulled his magic. You know, literally. He said plug a mouse in, and I went, hang on a minute. That actually might be not a bad idea. Plug a mouse in, see if it'll work. I tried looking for videos from this. There ain't not one video on it. Not one.
It's me, Mario.
So with all the emulations, it's all built in.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I have baked a cake for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
Oh God, that is. I'm just more over the moon. I've got sound back up. You can't obviously play it with no sound. I'll probably get done for copyright next. You know what YouTube's like, it just flags everything up. That's why I used the car amplifier, because I put some really nice speakers into these mid-range ones, and it's got some right depth to it. Yeah, as soon as I turn it, so I'll need to configure that one button. If I can configure that, so I can turn the analog on it, otherwise it won't work.
Yeah. Woohoo. Woo. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I love this game. Yeah, obviously, like, but I don't. I think there's about 32. I think there's about 3,300 games on it. It's ridiculous. You got you've got a Dreamcast emulator, Nintendo 64. There's MAME. But that box was about. I think that box was about nearly 50 quid. I paid about £46 for the box. But then until Donut here, I managed to turn the sound down. I couldn't turn it back up. And it's got such a lovely depth sound to it because I'm running it through a car audio amplifier with them. I think they're Pioneer subs in them. They've really got a nice depth sound to it. It gives it a little bit of like the clarity as well as the depth. But it does sort of. I still need to configure because otherwise you can't get out of the game. But there's loads on there. GoldenEye. These are all Nintendo 64 stuff. Right, it's going to category. Can I go into category? There's main. There's 301 games, right? And it tells you roughly how many there is in each category, right? So this category because it does it in. This is bringing them all up. Right, so if I type in main, no, so obviously it's not bringing up main one there. Is there Star Wars on here? I don't even know if there's a Star Wars. Let me have a look. S-T-A-R. Got Starfighter, Star Force, Star Fox. Oh, we look like you've got Game Boy on here Advance as well. No, you're obviously not. Star Wars, Episode 1 Racer. Star Wars. Oh, there is a Star Wars on the Dreamcast. Yeah, it looks like there is. There is a Star Wars, but it's a Dreamcast version. She is powering up. At least now I've got sound coming out. I don't have to worry about lip reading. Stage 1. I don't think. Yeah, this is. God almighty, look at the graphics on that. Jesus. That's about as dodgy as you're ever going to get on that front. I'd leave that one well alone. Yeah, obviously, don't bank on about some of the other games. So, Bonson, he does make me laugh. Bobberman, we've got. I'm just glad that these are now all bloody working. I mean, yay! Well, anyway, that's now sorted, which is not an issue. What I need to configure is that button at the side. Oh, fuck. Right. Let me see if I can extend that button. Now, I've got one button over here, which I've got the thing for. Because I configured this for a couple of things. For PC, can I put that on there? Oh, I think I might be able to. This might be able to do it if I can unplug that one. Yay! Yeah, look at that. Works like a charm. Now it's configured. That's obviously off of a PC. Now I've managed to jerry-rig that straight on. Now it works. So now I don't need to worry about on the analog side. Sunset Riders, my favourite game. I think it's one of my. I'd love to get the arcade to this, the proper arcade. Sunset Riders. Bloody hard it's hard as now as this one, but it's one of my all-time favourite games. So it says press start. Yeah, if I turn it off, it don't matter with this game. That one's jump. How the bloody hell do you get up there? It says, like, press up and jump. I'm pressing jump. Hurry up. Oh, frustrating. That's the only thing. Oh, here you go. Now you got to jump on the cows on these, so you got to fucking super run. Let's get off them. Yeah, that plays alright. Do you know what? I'm actually quite happy with that. The only thing is that I just now need to configure player 2, and I need an exit strategy to get out of it, because otherwise I won't be able to get out of. I think some of these games I might be able to configure one of the end buttons on there to see if I can actually get out of it that way, and then select it, which I might do. So I might compromise F to get out of that system. So if I remember to go into, oh no, you've got to go into settings, which you have to do from the box. So now I can just use this box. So now that finally, that then brings up to key settings, because it's on free play. Right, exit menu, exit after 3 minutes, auto exit after 3 minutes. If language, enter game settings, 1 coin. Right, full stall time games, difficulties and life. So now you can edit half of these, which I'm not going to. Key settings, IO test, that's it. So now what I want to bring up is, what was it? Was it the pause one? I forgot what one it was. Damn it. Start. See, that's coming up as R1. I didn't really want that as R1. I wanted that as select. So that's configured wrong straight away. So that one there. There you go. There's select. So obviously I pressed that. I pressed the wrong one in for that. So that is now select. But I want the X button. Where's the X? That's the F, which is the bottom one, which is going to be. Where is it? Here. So if I pull this one out, what I need to do is come out of this, press the 1 button and the A button. Oh, the start and right. Okay, there you go. Right, that comes out. D button is to cancel. Click A button. Right, we can come out of that, which is the 1 button. So right, what I need to do now is select this, select the turtles one, and then see that button. If that brings that option up, I can come out of it. And then I'll need to label these buttons up. I'm off. Good night, Nick. No worries, my friend. Thanks for popping on. Right, that's obviously not doing that one. No, that ain't doing that one. There you go. So now I can press, yeah, so now it's in there. So now I should be able to press B. So it's A, B to exit, and it does. So now I can hold that one down. So now that's configured right. So I've used most of these up. It should now, that should be configured correctly. Oh, except that bit's come out. Damn it, where's that come? Yeah, that is. Me, Super Mario Bros. So now I should be able to get out of that now. Should be able to get out of it. Now if I want to come out, just press that and then press B. And it does, it takes me out. Yep, that looks like that to me. That's now works. Look, and I can select all the characters. So yeah, and then select it. So now that looks like it's now properly configured.
Hang on, Nickel.
And I can get out of it. I just need to now duplicate it on that side. Yeah, that gives you coins. Insert coin. B exit go. Yeah. So you can actually even enter. Once you've entered it, you can get out of it that way as well. You press player 1 and then it brings up a little option. It says B to exit and then you press B. I need to label these. Obviously I do need to label these up because I won't know what's what. And then I can put some instructions because I'm going to sell it. I'm going to tidy it up a bit more. Now I've got all the sound fully working. And I'm sure that you guys would, I don't know if one of you guys would like to own it, but I won't be able to post it because it's going to be far too heavy to put this in the post and it will just get busted up. But yeah, I will do, I'll look it up. I think these fetch homemade, depending on that, you're going to be looking in retail probably about, I've seen them for about 150. It sounds about right for what these go for. Fully up and running, commercials on it. I'll see if I can light the keys up as well, get the keys lit up. But I'm going to leave that here for tonight because it's 9 o'clock here and I've spent far too long on this. I didn't obviously do the Xbox. I'm just glad I've got the sound back up and running. I'll leave this on the bench because now I can crack on with this. Configure player 2 and now start creating, pinning this up, tidying it up and officially tidying it all up inside because it's a bit of a mess. Right. Now I've got the pin done. But yeah, guys, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you so much for popping on. And the lurkers. Thanks to Carfoy, he's been a legend. Obviously trying to get that. Said plug the mouse in. What's the bloody chances of that? Now I'm going to have me sandwiches and have a cuppa. And chill out for the rest of that. And that's now done me. Mr. Swindon, thank you so much for your match, sir. It's really coming great news on that front. I'm just glad that Carfoy jumped in and recommended that. Underglow, thank you so much, my friend. Yes, so guys, thank you so much. I will be doing another stream on that one, but I'm going to get this one will be up for sale. So, but obviously it'd be pick up only. I can't post that if that's over 20 kg. It just costs too much. I wouldn't want to put that on there. So yeah, guys, thanks so much for popping on, and I am going to wish you a good night, good morning, and a good evening. So on that front, laters, baked potatoes.